Good evening, and welcome to RPG Storytelling, where a bunch of chaotic friends enjoy an adventure of mythic storytelling. Before we jump into tonight's episode of Myths of Gaea, there are a couple of announcements that I wanted to run through really quickly. To start us off with, as of a couple of weeks ago, we are now multi-streaming on both Twitch and YouTube Live. I'll be posting both of those links here in a moment. But in addition to just being able to view the stream on both platforms, you can also participate in the group chats during the stream from Twitch, YouTube, or even Discord channel and not miss out on the conversations going on those other platforms. So if you're on our Twitch channel, you can talk to the people in Discord and YouTube and vice versa as a three-way conversation between all of our streaming platforms. Let's see, and to add to that, the recordings of our live sessions are now being automatically posted to our YouTube channel, which is, our YouTube channel is at the @ RPG Storytelling LLC. That's our YouTube channel. So as soon as the live session is done processing all of the behind-the-scenes stuff that YouTube does with it, it will be instantly available for viewing, typically within about a day or so. So you can find that on our YouTube channel. And then starting in January, we will also be adding a third streaming platform to our offerings. Several months ago, I backed a Kickstarter for a brand new streaming platform, which is currently in alpha release. It's called Moonbeam Plus. And this platform is geared most specifically, but not exclusively, towards TTRPG games like Myths of Gaea and our hosted production of Trapped in the Mists, a streaming. So we have a streaming home on this new platform that is geared just for tabletop games. So I'll be providing more information about that and a link to that streaming platform over the next month or so. So be on the lookout for that. And I'll definitely be posting about it in our December newsletter, our Gaian Gazette. Speaking of our newsletter, did you know that every month we put out an electronic newsletter via the RPG Storytelling website? In these monthly newsletters, you can gain advantage on your insight and investigation roles to learn more about what is happening behind the scenes in the world of RPG Storytelling LLC and our flagship product, Myths of Gaea. And if you subscribe to our website at rpgstorytelling.com, you can be among the first to be informed about our new Gaian Gazette. That's what we're calling the newsletter. Our Gaian Gazette offerings and our monthly Myths of Gaea session recaps written by our resident satyr, Saoirse Deepwoods, a.k.a. my wife Amy, which is sitting right there next to me. All right, finally, as this will be our last episode of Myths of Gaea this month, we've still got a few more Trapped in the Mists coming, but this is our last episode of Myths of Gaea until the new year. So all of us here at RPG Storytelling and Myths of Gaea would like to wish each and every one of you a safe and happy holiday season and a very, very happy new year. Well, I think that covers all of the announcements that I had planned for tonight. So let's go ahead and take a stroll back through the pages of history to the Myths of Gaea. Rolling the intro video, and then we'll come back and it'll be time for the rolls, which it looks like it's gonna be Cassie this time around. And I posted Amy's session recap in case you want to just read it. Okay. All right.
Just these few little dude curly
adorable
things that just get in my face.
Like our resident Superman.
There is nothing I can do about
it. Okay, so welcome back. So champions, I know it's been a month, but we did our D20 rolls for those of you who are just joining us and aren't quite sure how we do that, each time we play, we roll the players roll a d20 to see who's going to tell the story of what happened in the previous session. So typically the way we do it is if you roll, the one who rolls the lowest typically will tell the story. If somebody happens to roll a natural 20 on their d20 dice, they get to choose who is telling the story. But there's a caveat to that. If there's one person who rolls a natural 1 and everybody else rolls a natural 20, the person who rolls that natural 1 gets to tell the story regardless. So our wonderful, beautiful, I want to say victim, but that's a little too wrong.
Not incorrect.
Our guest storyteller for the night is going to be our wonderful Cassie, who is playing Greer. And don't forget that you get an instant, I think I was saying a D12 inspiration dice, just for telling the story.
Got 12 ready to go.
Yes. So what happened last time?
Okay. Gotta read my chicken scratch writing. Okay. We decided to, what I have written down is escort our ward, whoever our ward was, back out of...
Was that the guy we rescued from the bandits, the translator?
Yep.
Probably.
Full pay.
Yep.
Back out of the cavern, and we were going to go head to the Lyceum. But on the way out of the cavern, with in the area that had like the big pond with all the swords, there was we suddenly armed statues in the path where there were none before, which was rather sus. And then there was one that had like a spear tip that was glowing bright green, but we managed to stealth past them. But we also while we were doing so, translated the runes on the spear to Guardian of the Endless, which is possibly referring to the prophecy of the Endless One that we discovered further back in the cavern. Which says, the Endless One was defender of the mortal.
Mm-hmm.
Was that also part of what we had?
Defender of the Endless.
Of the Endless. I don't know why I have immortal. Defender of the Endless. And so we make it back into the next cavern, where there's 2 more statues with empty scabbards. So Freya put one of the swords in the scabbard, and their lights turned from green to gold. And since I had put back the other sword that I'd grabbed, we had to go back to the previous cavern, and then I'd fish another sword out of the water, and then we go back again, and we put the other sword in the other scabbard, which also turns it gold.
I did a lot of swimming last session. I remember being underwater for a long time.
A lot of swimming and a lot of back and forth between the 2 caverns. Eventually we do get out. We head to the Lyceum, and Volpea leads us in. We overheard a conversation about Tunarog being cannibalistic.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently. My notes are chicken scratch and I don't understand them, so I apologize. But we all started hanging over Gray's shoulder as they tried and failed because of us to flirt with a very pretty redheaded half-elf that we're not sorry about. And then we realized that we left the guy tied up, so we went back again into the caverns. One of the mercenaries that we'd fought, there was one that we had tied up and then just left there. Maybe we should not do that.
He was asleep too, right?
He was.
Yeah.
He was when we left him. He was not when we returned. He was slowly dragging himself around.
Gone.
Yeah.
We followed his trail to find him like on the floor trying to get away. And he's not cooperative. So I start stepping on his hand, and me being a centaur, that's pretty painful.
It actually is. It's not. Horses step hard.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I'm playing a centaur. I have no experience with actual horses in real life, but you do, so you would. Um,
They're heavy.
They are.
I've had more than one toe stomped on.
which brings me to then I threatened to step on his foot as well and basically cripple him, which led him to talk. And he worked with a group called the Bannerhawks, led by Garzik, the guy that me and Freya killed in our previous episode fight. They were on a hunt for a relic somewhere in the caves. He tried to stab himself, so we couldn't say anything else, but we just revived him because like we can do that. And I managed to get out of him that they were also the group, the Bannerhawks, were hired by the mothers, whatever that means. And then we checked the body of Garzik again, and there was a note that said, debt to the Gray. I have here Graeae.
Uh-huh.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
To be paid in full, return the egg at the earliest possible moment. So, and what else? I got, me and Freya were competing with a staring contest, which I lost, and I was very super upset about. And then we tried to change the braziers green to fix the puzzle we found. It was written on one of the braziers. Sorry, I take like intense notes, but they're chicken scratch. When the forever flame burns green, the way forward will be unlocked. And we just tried everything. We like tried putting swords in them. Nothing worked. And then this is when my notes get super.
Is this when I
chaotic.
went for the extended swim? There was something.
Freya dove into the
Yeah,
water.
we went into the water, and there was more swords in the water.
Was it we or was it?
Freya dove in at
I
first.
also went in.
Yeah.
And
You
then
were first.
she couldn't solve the puzzle on her own, so we helped.
Yes. Okay.
You need a couple hands.
Yep.
Was it? Let me see. Yeah, Sorsha and Gray came to help us after we were basically floundering, and we found a green gem in the process. And this green gem picks up all schools of magic on Detect Magic, which is really super ominous. We put the gem in the braziers, and they all turned green, thus solving the riddle.
Yes.
And then once we did that, we heard something off in the distance shift and possibly open in a westerly direction.
This
And
is
thus we are
correct.
here.
Yes. So, with the flames now green, the passageway leading off to the northwest of what you would be looking at on the map opens up. You hear it, the rock literally sliding against itself as this passageway opens up. You can either go back the way you came, or you can try going through this new passage. What would you like to do? It is currently probably getting close to about 6 o'clock in the evening.
We've done a lot of back and forth. Do we want to do more? But we're also kind of all super tired, and I would really like a tavern.
If we'd like to take a rest here, I
There's no
could make us a
ale
bit of
here.
a shelter.
Would the shelter happen to have feather beds in it?
Well, I'm afraid not, but
Wine, warm bodies, entertainment?
there's I can do.
That's some shelter.
So, did you want to put the shelter up on this side or on the other side of the passage?
Are we camping out in a cave? Is it going to be a slumber party?
Oh no. Just specifically about marshmallows. Some port.
Does anyone have anything to drink on them?
I think I've got water. Oh, that's probably not the kind of drink you were talking about.
See, she can learn.
Well, just, let me know which area looks good to camp and I'll set up.
Well, there's this area that they already kind of, like the party that we decimated was already kind of camping in. It's got that like fire. Do we just want to make use of that because it's kind of convenient?
Now, do we have a prisoner with us, or did we let him go?
That's a good point. You still alive down there? Or is he gone?
Didn't he die?
He's passed.
Oh. All right, moving on.
Yes, this
Pile in
little,
with the other corpses we left here.
little area there seems pretty safe. So Saoirse walks down by that little area where they had the campfire. And
Was it safe from us?
I was going to say, we have different definitions of safe. Considering the last group that was here got murderized. I know we did the murderizing, but
they were all just sort of scattered about, weren't they? They didn't have any magic protecting them.
No.
We will. And Saoirse, her staff as she's holding it at the moment, you guys have noticed if you've been paying attention, it has 3 sort of different colored woods, brown, green, and white, kind of braided together. And the top up until now has been sort of a brown colored figurine. And she says a word that you don't understand and kind of taps it on the ground, and the figurine turns green. And then she says some more words, and this sort of dome starts to appear. It doesn't look very big at first, but she says, don't worry now, it's bigger on the inside. And she sort of gestures to a door.
Okay. So what does it look like on the inside?
So from the outside, it's just sort of this glittery purple force field looking dome. On the inside, there are some cushions, there's no like feather beds, but some cushions about, and the glitter of the dome kind of provides a soft lighting inside, so that you can see, but it's not too obstructive, to easily be able to rest and go to sleep. And she says, welcome to my little safe space.
Little.
I mean, this is nicer than just sleeping on the ground in a cave. Not that I haven't done that before, too, but
quite easily large enough for everyone, including Greer.
It's not a tavern.
Oh, it's not. But as far as wine, entertainment, and warm bodies are concerned, I can be providing all 3 if you like. And she winks at you.
Careful what you offer there.
we all have to share this dome, right?
I mean,
Your point?
sharing is... Never mind.
Yes.
I had a thought, and then it left.
I don't think you have very many of those, so you probably should hold on to the ones that you do get.
No, see, the problem is I
Tightly.
think it got lonely and left. It got lonely.
It's slightly topical. Anyway.
Anyway, only those that I choose to allow through the door can come in, so we're quite safe in here.
It's quite the amazing magic. Thank you so much for the shelter.
All right. So as you hunker down for the evening, Did you want to set up watches, or did you want to just sleep in comfort, all of you at the same time? Is there anything that you want to do before you go to sleep?
I feel like watches would not be a bad idea.
Well, I mean,
Well,
you are all
they could have more of
quite
their crew
nice,
come
but I
through.
don't know you.
I don't mind taking first watch.
Watches are as smart even when you have magic protecting it.
Yes,
No
we are
magic
in
is infallible.
Quite right.
that, and we're in a cave. Well, we fought a few things already. I'm not quite sure how safe it is here.
Okay, so I've got Arius on watch 1 so far. Who else? Does anybody else want to join him on watch 1? I'll take that as a no, so I'll put R.
We're going to sleep.
I'm tired, man.
Who would like to take watch number 2?
I'll take middle of the night watch. I'm sure you can all trust me not to nap.
Okay. Would anybody like to take watch number 2 with Gray?
I feel like we can't trust them not to Matt.
I'll join Gray.
Okay.
Oh no,
let-
is that gonna leave Freya and Greer?
I'll let Freya and
Yes,
Greer
Yes.
have a little
Was
bit
I
of a
waiting
good time.
to make sure that happened?
Much
So they're
as
going to have some
love-
time together.
As much as I would love some quality time with Greer, I think that would be fun to let them two continue.
Oh no. Oh no.
We'll put them on breakfast duty. We'll have the fanciest breakfast we possibly can have because they'll
Hey.
compete over who can bake the
Freya-
best.
Freya can cook. Freya can cook.
Counting on it.
Rear can survive.
Yeah.
Don't know if
So
he
I'm winning the cooking contest, is what I'm hearing.
can- Oh, I can cook.
This is either going to be the best or the worst breakfast.
Well, like I said, it's only like 6 p.m. at night, so you can stay up for a while, have some dinner, chat around the campfire, and still get 8 hours of sleep if you want. So is there anything you would like to do before you all turn in for the night?
The only thing I would love to do, I can't do because I couldn't buy stuff. I wanted to cast Augury, but remind me to buy stuff for Augury when we're in town.
Definitely.
Start a shopping list.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You mentioned there was wine in this dome.
I hope
Well, it's
so.
not in the dome per se, but it's in my bag. And she pulls out a bottle of wine.
I
Oh,
forgot.
There you go.
I'm pretty sure that I cast Goodberry last time
Mm-hmm.
when we were talking to that prisoner. Am I wrong?
You did, and you said you had a few left over.
Correct, because I think I only gave him one berry.
Yeah.
So, and it's 10 total, so I will provide everyone with a berry. It's not much, but it'll keep you full.
It's not exactly how wine works.
I'm providing nourishment. The merriment can be provided by somebody else.
Shall we sit around the campfire and swap songs and stories? That's how this works, right?
Right here.
Have any of you guys
Brush
ever
up on my
sang-
kumbaya.
Saoirse pulls out her lute and says, I could provide a bit of a song if anybody wants one.
the campfire
sing.
song?
I can sing.
The campfire song is a favorite of mine.
What the SpongeBob one?
Correct.
Sorry, what's a SpongeBob?
Little known
Sounds like a
Artist.
suggestive sponge bath.
Aquatic faith creature.
yes, aquatic fae creature. We'll go with that.
Local only to Gaeberg.
Emphasis on the Fae.
What did Greer say about a sponge bath? Did I
Sounds
hear
like
that right?
you said
Or-
SpongeBob. It kind of sounds like a sponge bath. like
I mean,
not.
you could argue that the world of SpongeBob is kind of an El Tour thing too,
A little bit.
especially like Squidward. You know.
Yes. So,
I'm thinking about that way too much.
so Arius pulls out the good berries. Saoirse pulls out a bottle of wine. And Saoirse, tell us about this bottle of wine. Where did you get it? What is the flavoring?
So this is a bottle that Saoirse picked up at a tavern along the way somewhere in her travels. It's nothing too fancy. She thinks it's so good because she hasn't had a lot of human wines. So she grabbed a few bottles. She has a couple more in her bag, because, having so little experience with human wines, she was so excited by this wine and thought it was really good. Anyone who has ever had human wines before, this is a very average wine. There's nothing special about it at all. But she passes it out very excitedly and says, "Oh, I've got so much more. I found this in a tavern in this little town, and it was so good. I just had to buy a whole bunch. And I loved it so much. I'm so happy to share it with someone finally."
Well, it's better than water.
Do we have
Under my breath,
glasses?
get like close to Gray's ear. Don't spoil it for her. just let her have it.
Any chance you have glasses for it?
I usually just drink out of the bottle.
Well, that's one way to bond.
So, with the merriment happening, conversations beginning, the time passes. After about an hour, you kind of look outside just to see what's going on, if anything, and you notice that the green flames are no longer green.
Uh-oh.
What color are they now?
They're back to being normal reddish, yellowish, orangish flame.
Anyone got an extra green gem sitting around?
Did the green gem expire when we used it? Like,
Did
it
we leave it in the
vanish?
flames?
Should we have pulled it out and taken it with us?
I'm gonna go check
Yes.
that brazier.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk over.
Okay. Greer,
I'll walk over with them.
give me an investigation check. Pretty low DC because it's just looking in the flame. You just kind of
I'll go
past
too.
the flame.
Yeah. Can I do it as well?
Sure.
6 from me.
Yeah. If anybody would like to, they can.
Yes.
I got an 8. These rolls are amazing so far.
All right, let's see. I have no investigation bonus at all, so let's see how this goes.
It's a Saoirse's terrible wine, you guys. Sorry.
16?
Hey, that's a real number.
So for Arius, Saoirse, and Greer, the three of you get up there to look at the brazier where you dropped the gem into. This is a really warm fire. Enjoying. Get to dry off after taking a dip in the pool. You forget about the gem. Freya, however, you notice that even though you're not like a gemologist or anything, you know that gems don't usually burn.
No. I mean,
But
it's rock, so.
Yeah. But it's no longer in the brazier.
Did it
Probably
move
shouldn't have
itself
left it there.
back down to the bottom of the pond?
We'll find out.
Can I go jump in the pond and go see?
If you so desire.
Okay.
If you'd like,
I'm diving back in.
If you'd like, I can go instead.
Should we be doing that right now? Maybe it could wait
Well,
till morning.
I want to
I'm not
know.
going back in there.
It will satisfy my curiosity. If it's down there, we can get it back out in the morning. I just want to know what's there.
Okay.
Freya, if you like, I can go instead. I can turn into a frog. It'll make it easier. I can breathe down there.
I don't mind.
But do you definitely want me to check now as opposed to later in the morning?
Well, just to know whether it's there or not, because it's not in the fire anymore.
I see. And
I'll go.
can you
It's no big deal.
No problem at all. It's just safer if, someone who can breathe underwater goes. As a side note, I couldn't do that last time. The new wild shape allows me to breathe underwater at this level. That being said, can you point me in the exact direction where it was?
Can I?
Yeah, you can. You basically dive down, swim towards the falls, and it's on the bottom.
Okay, so
I'll relay that information.
Great. So I will wild shape into a giant frog. It has a 30-foot swim speed. I get 3 temporary hit points because of my wild shape now. And I am amphibious.
Sounds good.
I also have a standing jump of 20 feet, so I'll just dive in there.
Okay.
And swim to where I was pointed to.
Okay.
So who's gonna kiss him to turn him back when he gets over here?
I'll be leaving that up to you.
You're saying that as I'm jumping, I can still speak. I want none of that. As
Splash.
I just get into the water.
So give me a. Let's see. Either an acrobatics or an athletics check, because you're fighting against the current from the waterfall.
Does a swim speed of 30 help? Or give me advantage or anything for it?
I'll give you advantage for it since you do have the swim speed.
Okay, sorry. And the rules I could make are which one?
Acrobatics or athletics, whichever one you're better at.
Cool. Clearly, it's not going to be athletics for me. Funnily,
Well, are you using the giant frogs?
So
stat?
actually, you use your own, but if the animal you turn into has higher, you can choose to use that instead.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out I have higher acrobatics than the frog.
Yeah, it's polymorph that you have to use the creatures.
Is this going to be a joke about the comparisons between the giths and frogs?
Might be.
I got a 15.
15 is exactly what you need.
Oh wait, that was flat. Let me do advantage in case I get higher. I got a 15 because this one was
lower. You did get a 15. That's wonderful. That's exactly what you needed. So you swim, and it's a rough swim because the water is pushing against your tiny little body.
I'm medium size actually. It's a giant frog that's medium.
Yeah.
So it's actually the same size as me.
So you swim down, fighting against the current, and lo and behold, the emerald is back in the cage.
Okay.
So we can get it in the morning, but now we know where it is.
Okay, yeah, I'll swim back up, hop out, and let them know that.
Okay. Sounds good.
And then I will unwild shape myself. Not requiring a kiss at all.
Ruin everyone's fun.
Right?
It's not my fun.
Yeah, exactly.
I would at least, attempt it. If I could turn into a frog anyway.
All right. So you can bed down for the evening. Take your
really
watches.
useful.
So
Don't make me laugh while I'm drinking Red Bull.
A little painful.
If they're drinking anything else, though, you can, because the rule was Red Bull.
All right. So Arius,
I don't know why I expect anything else from this group anymore.
You should expect nothing less. Yep. So
I'm a little terrified for our watch.
Arius, go ahead and give me a perception check.
I'm actually good at these. Doesn't mean I'll roll well, but Yeah, I have a +5, and I got a 10 total because I rolled a 5. So
Very nice. Let me see. Let me roll one for Ari as well, just to make sure we're all on the up and up. Ari.
oh wait, Ari's with me right now. I
Yeah,
thought they were
she's on.
going second.
No, Ari is on a watch with you. Oh, interesting.
It's Gray and Saoirse are second watch.
Okay, I could have sworn I was alone. That's better.
Greer and I get third.
Yeah, apparently D&D Beyond is not behaving tonight.
Don't do the eyebrow thing. You're making me nervous.
So, all right. So that was a 10 on perception. All right. Overall, a lot of noise from the waterfall. Nice and relaxing. Hear water dripping all over the place just because it's humid in here. You got water splashing and everything up on the rocks. Aside from that, not really much that you hear. Pretty quiet. Is there anything you would like to do during your watch?
I'd probably just be examining the orb of astral seeing,
Okay.
see if it, it normally just allows me to like look at like the kind of stars and stuff and can help guide me for like going places, but interested to see if it pings anything while I'm in here.
Okay. Like what kind of things would it ping? Remind me.
Let's go based off your description, because
Yes. I only ask because I'm not looking at it.
all right. The primary purpose of this orb is to act as a druidic spell focus, but the constellations inside the orb act as a sort of astrolabe, which a trained user can utilize to interpret the most direct path of travel between geographical landmarks and destinations that the user is knowledgeable of, both above and below ground.
Okay. So what kind of information are you trying to glean from this orb at this moment?
Nothing in particular. My character's fairly new to this with this object.
Okay.
So he's just kind of interested in if it would know anything that he's not seeing with his own eyes right now.
It's not showing you any like specific objects or anything. It's kind of giving you, as you're looking into it, you can see the star patterns, showing north, south, east, west, and it's kind of the way you're looking in the direction of that waterfall. It's pointing you in the direction of what would be north.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Other than that, messing around with it, Iris isn't going to do much else. Just be watchful.
Sounds good. So the next few hours goes by pretty quiet, pretty relaxing, just sitting there playing with your orb and listening to the waterfall. A couple of times you almost nod off because it's really relaxing, but you manage to keep yourself awake pretty easily. And then when your watch comes to an end, you can go and wake up Gray and Saoirse.
And I'll do that.
All right. So Gray and Saoirse, go ahead and give me a perception check for your watch.
If there's any more wine, how much actually are we watching?
We'll see. All right. So Gray.
Looking for that wine.
Yeah, you're very much interested in the wine. Didn't really get too much while you were home with the mothers, but aside from that, when you went out on your missions, collecting debts and whatever, you would occasionally stop into a tavern and get some... Occasionally, probably more frequently than not, getting some yummy beverages. But overall, all you're paying attention to is the wine and the waterfall, because it's really relaxing, and this wine is definitely helping.
And the company.
Exactly. Saoirse, you hear the waterfall, you hear the water splashing up on the rocks, the dripping of water from the cave roof. down onto the ground and back into the water. You hear the rumbling or roaring of the fire in each of the braziers. And you hear the occasional movement of rock. You muted.
I keep feeling like I'm hearing something moving around. Have you heard anything?
Greer snoring? Who would have thought she was a back sleeper? I wouldn't have.
Oh, it's quite
Not sure
adorable
how that
sometimes. Isn't it? Look at the legs kicking.
It's like watching a puppy.
Technically, I'm sleeping standing up.
Doesn't mean you can't be kicking. So,
But there's all sorts of things moving around down here.
Didn't we kill everything? Shouldn't there be nothing moving?
I mean, I'm sure there's a few rats. Flora, fauna, you know. Like, we killed every one. That was the important part, I think.
I suppose.
it's right about this time, Saoirse, that you hear what sounds like the plopping of something being dropped or jumping into the water.
Oh, now I definitely heard that. Something large got into the water.
Barry's turned back into a giant frog. It was a bit of an improvement.
He's sleeping right there. That's definitely not him.
I suppose we'll take a look.
So I really need to check this. You can stay here and keep watch if you like. I'll go.
No. It's, you know, strength in numbers or something like that. Bring in the wine, though. Maybe it's friendly and would like a drink.
Maybe. So, with a couple of different pools of water, which one do you check?
I would like to check the main one where the gem was found.
Okay. So you walk up there and take a look. You don't see anything.
Or getting doubled audio.
So what do?
I'm going to just wait a few minutes and see if anything comes out.
You wait 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes.
Wait
Nothing
much
comes
longer. They're
out.
starting to start getting suspicions of what we're doing out here.
Oh, let them talk.
No signs of any other disturbances.
What about near the brazier that we put the gem into? Is there anything over near that? That was over here, wasn't it?
The brazier with the gem in it was this one up on the platform.
Platform.
Yep, up here.
We could go check that out. Maybe the culprit came back to see if we put anything else into the offering bin.
And as you're walking back over there, starting to walk up the steps to that raised platform with the brazier, you hear another splash plop in the pool. But it's not the waterfall pool. It's the one closer to you.
Maybe this giant fish.
I try to kind of lean over the edge of like the little staircase and look and see if I can see what's making the noise in that little or pool.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation check. The 19. All right. So as you look over the edge of this raised platform down into the water, you see the little mini waterfall, which is basically like a coming from the pool above it, splashing down, but that's just water. You look around a little more, and as you're looking, you see at the very far right-hand side a pair of feet.
What kind of feet?
Humanoid feet.
Like just feet? Like sticking up out of the water?
Well, basically all you see is from like the knees down. Everything else is kind of into the rock face. And every once in a while you'll see it kind of kick.
Like it's stuck?
Maybe.
Did you leave any of those bandits alive, maybe?
I hadn't thought so. Should we go take a look?
Sure. I didn't want to make it till the morning anyway.
Alright, so as you head down the side around the edge of the pool and get up closer to it, you see the feet, you see the legs below the knees, you see the shoes on the feet. Just like once every several minutes or so, you'll see one of the legs just kick. Not quite an involuntary kick. But as you look down closer, kind of stick your head over the edge of the rocks and look down into the water, it's still kind of dark, so it's kind of hard to make out. But you can see a little further up the thigh, and then you see a rock, like a large boulder-sized rock, is pinning a body to the rocks below it.
Oh, they appear to be in some distress.
Is it a living body or is it a dead body?
Considering it's kicking every so often, probably alive.
Death twitches.
There was
Well,
one guy
that's the
that you
thing
let
that-
go.
Took our gem. If it did, then we'll just make it a dead body.
Did we let him go or did he die? I'm confused.
No, there was the one that you had tied up, and then there was one last guy that you let go, and he dived into the pool and swam.
Ah, gotcha.
Huh. Well, not his lucky day.
Does it look like the same shoes as that guy?
Give me a history check to see if you paid enough attention to remember it.
Are they ruby slippers?
They are not.
His shoes.
A little closer to silver.
Oh, like in the original.
There
Exactly.
you go.
With a 16, they look kind of familiar it's hard to remember exactly, but because everything happened so fast, it might be the same guy.
It's very possible this is the guy that we let go. I feel badly letting him die like this, though, if it's not. So,
Well, maybe we should pull him out at least to see if he came back and tried to steal the gem from us.
yes, we know the gym is safe, but yes, let's pull this poor fellow out and see what's going on.
Okay, so are you gonna?
I'm not strong enough to be pulling someone now.
Are you gonna jump in the water and try to pull him out?
Yes, I will do that.
Okay. Go ahead and give me either a strength or athletics check to see if you can pull him out. That rock is definitely pinning him in there.
That's pretty impressive, though. Do we need to wake up one of the stronger people? Make it a competition?
I think I have a higher strength than Greer.
Can I guidance myself and add that to it?
Now that you've already rolled it, no.
Wait.
Need to let me know if you're going to do guidance before you roll it.
Okay.
You can guide Gray if you want. If they decide to jump in.
Sure. Let's see. Let's see if I can dislodge this rock. Athletics?
Uh-huh. Or strength, either one.
And it's a D4 for guidance.
Hey, actually. Oops. D4.
So with an 18.
18.
Okay.
I'm showing off.
So you grab the legs and you pull and pull. And as you're pulling, it's extremely muffled because it's coming through a boulder. But you can hear a male voice screaming in pain. You pull some more, and you see the rock move a little bit. So you get in there and try to dislodge the rock instead. And it takes a little prying, but you're able to pry the rock out, freeing his pinned body. And as the rock tumbles away, his body starts to float up just on its own. And then you can pull him out the rest of the way. He's pretty mangled. He's very exhausted, but kind of still alive.
Kinda.
Now that we see him, is it definitely the same guy?
Very much the same guy.
So I'm going to say, so what brings you back to the area then?
And he passes out.
Didn't get very far.
Crap then.
I suppose we take him back to the others and...
Yes, let's drag him over there.
Does he have anything in his pockets?
Give me an investigation check. So as you dig through his pockets, all you find is 5 copper and a silver. And that's all he's got on him.
Not anymore.
Nope.
It'll buy me lunch tomorrow for my troubles. Well, we got a new captive. Just tie him up and dump him outside the hut.
Yes, we'll take him over, we'll tie him up. And I don't feel like wasting a spell slot, so I'm gonna poke through Arius's pockets and find one of the good berries and just kind of shove that into his cheeks.
Make him chew.
His breathing eases, but he doesn't wake up yet.
That's fine. He doesn't need to.
If he doesn't need to breathe either, if he doesn't have anything of use for us. Last guy wasn't particularly good with information either.
Look, we don't need to interrogate him now. We'll just keep an eye on him. When we wake the others for their watch, we'll tell them to keep an eye on him. And then in the morning, we can all deal with him. How's that sound?
I'll deal with him. Sounds delightfully violent, especially if we let, Greer on him. Literally on him.
Perfect. Yes, exactly.
Step on him a few times.
All right.
So did you say that you were tying him up, or are you just leaving him there?
We're tying him up, so just in case he does wake up and get any ideas.
Okay. Are you taking him into the tiny hut with you, or leaving him outside of the hut?
Just outside the hut, but the hut is just see-through enough that we can keep an eye on him.
Okay. Sounds good. So, was there anything else you would like to do during your watch? The two of you.
That was enough excitement for me, I think.
If that's excitement, you must live a very boring life.
Well, to be honest, most of my life before this was working at a temple.
Well, that sounds positively boring. How much entertainment can they have at a temple?
Well, I mean, one of the ways of worshipping Danu is through love. It's not that boring. But, it is nice to get out of the area and see new things, explore.
This isn't my exactly idea of, sightseeing. Nice tavern, a few good dancers, music, merriment, drinking, mischief making.
I have enjoyed, seeing taverns, enjoying all the different foods. People are my favorite. I've enjoyed people.
But not necessarily as a food, but I do have a taste for a variety of people. Yes. Unless you are talking straightly of cannibalism, and that's just a little bit too barbaric.
It's not really the type of eaten people I was talking about, no.
See, now you're talking my language. See, I knew you'd be the entertaining one.
All right, so as the next couple of hours pass pretty quickly, you're able to end your watch and wake up Freya and Greer. So, Freya and Greer, go ahead.
Is it bad that I kind of want to stay up and watch them?
You can if you so desire.
God. Fake sleep. Watch Freya probably embarrass herself somehow.
So Freya and Greer, go ahead and give me a perception check for your watch.
And we do say what we said we're going to do, by the way. And like, oh yeah, there's this guy here.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
That's a 1. I can re-roll it though. I can re-roll it.
10 for me.
Okay.
God, that's another 1.
Oh no.
No.
So
I can't re-roll twice.
nope. So Freya.
I'm not perceptive because that's a +0 for. Yeah.
Yeah. So Freya.
I'm off in my own world.
As you're woken up, You were so ready for sleep. You were just like out cold. And it's taking you a bit longer to wake up than you'd probably like.
I feel like with Freya, it would probably be more like ADHD style, zero situational awareness.
Oh yeah, very much so. So you wake up, eyes still groggy and cloudy from sleep, and you hear Greer waking up. You hear Saoirse and Gray going to sleep, but you are just not ready to climb out of bed yet. Not even in the least. You're not paying attention to anything around you. For Greer, not quite as difficult to wake up. You get up, open your eyes, have a short little conversation with Saoirse and Gray about their watch, and you look out through the tiny hut wall, and you see this person laying there. And you just think, yeah, he's there. No need to worry. So,
Care of it, so.
Yep. What would the two of you like to do during your watch?
Freya's sitting there with her sword kind of on her knees.
Okay over there?
Yeah, I'm great.
Yeah, I'm kind of sleepy.
I'll get over it.
We're playing cards.
I'm not sure I've played cards. What do you mean?
Cool. Let me introduce you. And I'd like to play let's say, what game would they have in, like, not poker, but
you can do like a variation of poker if you want.
cool. But like in real life, we could just do rollies.
Exactly.
What am I getting myself into?
So let's see if we can invent a game on the spot. So we'll do one card to each of you with another one in the middle, kind of like Texas Hold'em, but only with a total of 3 cards between everything.
I've never played poker in real life either, so
yeah. So basically, it's high card wins as matched with the card that's on the basically on the table or on the ground in front of you. So each of you roll a d20, and I will roll one as well. Okay, so I've got my number, which is a 13 showing on the card in front of both of you. So for 13, that would equate to a, I don't know, probably king. So what do the two of you have?
17.
17 with a 13.
18.
Oh, we have a winner of the first hand.
Freya has no idea what she's doing.
Okay.
So tempted to bullshit you right now and tell you that I win, but
You probably could. She would probably believe you.
I know.
Go ahead and
I'm
give
not
me a
that
deception.
evil.
Go ahead and give me a deception check.
I
if
know
you
I'm
decide to.
tempted, but I'm not going to.
Okay. So if you want to play again, I've got my next number, which is a 3.
It's 2 and 3.
Best 2 out of 3?
Mm-hmm. Yep, so another d20 roll. So
18.
20.
Oh, there's 2 out of 3 right there. We has
3
a
out of
winner.
What?
3 out of 5.
Beginner's luck.
Okay, I've got my next number if you want to keep going.
3 out of 5.
3 out of 5?
Yes or no?
Are we
Yep.
playing for money, or is this just for our
Brag-
competitive streaks?
Bragging rights.
We're playing for sanity at this point.
So I've got a 12 on the main dice.
I rolled a 17 again.
You're gonna hate me because I just got a 19. I rolled
Takes the
two
cards
ones
back.
and then this on something completely inconsequential.
I turn around and I start swishing my tail at you. I'm just keeping an eye on the guy outside now.
Freya knows horses and knows that that is not a good thing.
So at one point, Greer, while you're kind of keeping an eye on the guy, just casually, every once in a while you look over, and most of the time he's just sitting there, not moving. You can see the slow rise and fall of his shoulders as he's breathing. Then you look over a little bit later, and he's slumped over.
Check on him. Give him a little poke. Hey, you alive?
And as you look at him, he's kind of rolled away from you, so he's on his side. But even with that, you can see that there is something sticking out of him.
I look further. Is it an arrow?
It is a large arrow
Oh,
buried in his chest.
Freya. We got
Yeah?
a thingy sticking out of our friend here that I didn't put there.
What? Okay.
There's
I'll
we
I'll
should deal with
brush
this.
over. Well, that's concerning. Did you hear anything?
Nope.
I guess bows are pretty quiet. What direction did the arrow come from?
Well, you've got the dome situated up into against the rocks. You've got him against the wall right beside the entrance, facing towards the west, and the arrow came from the west.
Can I look off in that direction and see if I see anything?
Give me an investigation check.
Something Freya is not very good at. That's actually not terrible. 14.
Okay. As you're looking around in that general direction, you look from the southern end of the cavern all the way up past the entrance on the western side that you originally came in through. Nothing.
Well,
He didn't like stab himself with that arrow, did he? Where's his hands?
Still bound.
no. I'm gonna go with no on that. You said this was a
There are
very
options.
large arrow.
It's probably, if I had to guess, maybe 3 feet long.
Okay, so we're talking like Otlotl dart
Uh-huh.
size. Okay. I'm guessing it's knocked for like a bowstring, rather
Mhm.
than for an Otlotl or something.
Correct.
Okay. Well, that's got to be one gigantic bow. Like,
That's concerning.
someone didn't want this guy talking.
I don't like that.
Wow.
Well, if they're gone, I want to if everyone else is still asleep. I really don't want to pursue
No,
someone who can.
everyone's pretty tired too, so I think we should pick this up in the morning
Yeah.
rather than
Sorsha
waiting.
and Gray are really gonna love this.
Yeah.
All right. I don't suppose any of us can do that. I've heard of that, like, speak with the dead thing. I don't think anyone here could do that.
Saoirse might be able to. I don't know. Maybe not
Sounds
yet.
fair.
So,
What do we
sorry.
do with him in the meantime?
Leave him? I don't know.
Like, I don't know. People, they're willing to shoot him. They steal a body back or some shit like that.
We could drag his body into the dome.
What's in no smell?
Not that quickly.
Well, he didn't smell great to start with.
Okay, fair. Well, they'd have to come a lot closer to steal his body. We can keep an eye on him. Because, I mean, the thing is, that shot a bow that size, that must have come from a long ways away. Body stealing requires actually coming over here.
I guess we just wait until the others wake up and then we'll deal with it. This is fun. Exciting, I suppose.
That's a couple of words for it. So, I'm very curious. What's the deal with you and Saoirse? Because it seems like there's some history there.
Yeah.
Such an open book.
Freya really is. It's just.
I meant Cassie.
Oh.
Greer.
We're not hiding anything. I don't know. It's not bad history. Well, it was really, really good at one point. Not like that. They were kind of, you could say, best friends at one point. We did a lot of scouting and shit together. We hung out a lot. I would escape from, well, not escape, but like I'd get out of duties, and then she'd also get out of duties. We'd hang out. I know her since I was little.
I had a
And I
friend like
died.
that through training. You died?
Yeah,
I got better.
I guess you did get better.
see this? She points to her giant, like, gape, like, not good looking scar on the side of her. That was from Tunarok. Hence the intense hatred.
Tunrog, the guy that we fought.
We're the same.
Jeez. That's heavy.
None. None. I guess I was a soul of high import. I was interesting because I come from interesting bloodline or whatever the hell he wants to describe it as, but Oron, if you've heard of him, like god of life and death, super pompous asshole.
I probably have, right?
Probably.
Yeah, okay.
He plucked me from the sea of souls in the other world and decided to give me a resurrection. Not out of the kindness of his heart. He needed help. So now I work for him, pressed into service, essentially.
So you've gotten stuck with a destiny too.
You could say that. I had one before. It's gone now. Try not to think about that life. It's a lot to lose. So seeing Sorsha again, kind of uncomfortable because it makes forgetting much more difficult.
Yeah. Well, it was weird for me to see her again too, 'cause it's been so
Yeah,
long.
what's up with that, by the way?
So, funny story. And honestly, this is what I pieced together in the years since because I was really young at the time. I don't remember things terribly clearly. I was 6.
Mhm.
So, I grew up on this little farm. And one of my favorite things to do when I was little was go and explore and play adventurer, basically, run around the fields, the hills, just, not looking for trouble to get into, but I sure found a lot of trouble over the
I
years.
feel like you and I would have gotten along as kids.
We probably would have, and that would have been terrible for everyone around us.
Even better.
Anyway, so this one day, I was poking around this old cave called Owen the Gat. It
You
means
say that 3
cave,
times fast.
cave of the cats in the native language. Um, anyway, I was crawling around in this cave that had this rock over the entrance that had all of these lines on it. I think it was writing, but it wasn't something I could read. Um, and I was crawling around on this in this cave, and then the next thing I knew, I was in this forest. But it didn't look like a normal forest like we have here. It was just weird.
You describe.
How would I describe the forests of Tirnanog?
Uh, it's very much like the ones here, but just more vibrant colors everywhere.
Okay. Yeah. So it's like everything was just more intense.
From her description, would I know which forest she's talking about?
Oh yeah, very much so.
Yeah, I
You've
know
been
that place.
you've been there with Saoirse.
So, I was just exploring this forest because, like, that's pretty cool. There's a forest in this cave. Um, 6-year-old brain did not put together that forests don't grow underground in mysterious caves. Um, but I was wandering around and I found this giant rock with a sword stuck in it. And Freya picks up the sword of Danu. It's like,
I know of this sword.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a well-known
Oh,
sword in the
you
in Tirnanog.
and
just
so
putting 2 and 2 together here.
I climbed up on
You
this
have that.
rock. Yes, I have this. Up until recently, it just looked like a normal sword, but now it's different. But anyway, when I was back back in that forest, I climbed up on the rock and tried to pull the sword out, and finally I did pull it out, but I slipped, and then the pokey end here, she points to the alicorn on the pommel, like cut my forehead open pretty good.
Oh,
but I got it out of the rock, and I was super, super excited because sword, right? Um,
And at
And
this
then-
point, Greer's like, "You pulled that fucking sword out."
I'm letting her continue, but like her face is just like wide-eyed, like holy shit, she has no idea what the fuck she has in her hand.
Mhm.
no. And then there was this like surprised gasp, and I looked over, and then there was Saoirse, and I'd never seen anyone who looked like her before, and she said something. I don't remember clearly what it was, but I think she called me Little Flower. And
Sounds like
did you try to take the sword away? Or
Yeah, so
Yeah.
what I had said was, it looks like you hurt yourself on that. Why don't I put it back for you? And I'm pretty sure you refused.
I like grabbed the sword and ran and somehow ended up back um near my home, and the sword that looked like this in that forest was just a pretty normal looking sword once I got back. And so when I tried to tell my parents what had happened, they didn't believe me. Nobody believed me. They thought I just found an old sword in a cave.
I don't think if you'd stayed in that forest, anyone would have believed you. Believed you.
And then
6 years old.
but yeah, that was how I met Saoirse.
You never let that sword out of your sight. I assume you still have it, so
No,
you haven't.
I've grown
You don't.
quite
It's
fond of
I'm
it.
just.
I've grown quite fond of it.
You protect that thing with your life, by the way.
You recognize this?
You don't? You've never heard of this thing before? You've just had it.
Oh,
Like a
I've
6-year-old just
I've
had this.
had it. I've had it for 20 years.
This is a legendary sword.
What?
There are legends about this sword, and you don't know what it's.
This sword, the one that I pulled out of a rock in the middle of a forest.
I'm not sure whether to be over the moon that it's adorable that a 6-year-old pulled this thing out of the stone, or mad that you have no idea what it is, and it's just been sitting in your possession with untapped potential this entire time.
It's an awesome sword.
Yeah,
It can it can do some pretty cool things, and sometimes
yeah.
there's this little like tickle in my brain, and I swear it's talking to me.
There's just she's calming the internal rage, calming the internal rage.
Anyway, I think Saoirse was taken aback by. I don't think she realized that time passes differently here than it does there, because I'm pretty sure she was expecting me to still be like 6 years old rather than like 4 feet taller. And yeah,
Yeah, that's something I've had to adjust to since traveling between worlds.
I think
It is fun.
she's never gonna see me as anything other than, you know, the kid with blood running down her face.
You got time to prove her otherwise.
Yeah, I'll do my best. I have changed a lot since then. Obviously, I mean, I grew up and then got recruited by an order of paladins and went off for training. And in all that time, I never, I had the opportunity to use other swords, but I never felt right using any other than this one. So I've just been using it for pretty much as long as I can remember.
She doesn't sort around.
I'll let you talk to Saoirse more about that
Sports.
sword because I just can't. deal with you right now.
What did I do?
What you
What did I
haven't
do?
done, but it's fine.
What haven't I done? You can't tell
Ask
me
Saoirse.
You can't tell me something like that and then not enlighten me.
Is it morning yet?
And here I thought you were going to be making me uncomfortable.
I just don't know what else to say.
Someone got to be made uncomfortable.
I'm just gonna be like
So,
shaking my
but-
head in disbelief in a corner.
seriously, what is it with this sword? Because it's never done this before. It's never looked like this. It looked like a normal, kind of old longsword.
That is something I could. Whatever I tell you will have missing information. You need to ask Saoirse. She'll have way more information on topics of Danu than me.
Danu?
I was never.
Like
You'll just
the goddess Danu?
talk to Saoirse. Can't talk anymore.
Do you need a drink or something?
Yeah, I do. Where's the wine? Is it
I'm
empty?
gonna pick up the wine bottle and hand it to Greer.
Cool. I down it.
Question is, how much did Gray leave behind?
Not much.
Couple drops?
For the entertainment somehow.
Of course.
And then mutter under my breath, Gray owes me.
So it's around about this time that Arius starts to stir, as what you would believe to be morning is starting to approach. You can't exactly see the sunshine, so it's hard to tell, but Arius has kind of gotten used to looking at the orb and figuring out times of day and things like that. And he's kind of set his body clock by that. So as he's starting to stir, and the rest of the party starts to stir as waking up, all of you can take a long rest and click that button on your character sheet.
At least Greer had the last watch, because I don't think Greer would be able to sleep after that conversation.
No. No. Just rocking myself back and forth in a corner.
Which for a centaur would look very strange.
You know, like, it's just the human hat. Like, I'm just like,
Well, they did
the
knock
horse
the
hat is
hut
stationary.
Freya's gonna go over and be like, okay, I told what I thought was a funny story from when I was a kid, but are you okay?
Will be.
That's
I
not
haven't.
terribly
I'm just staring at your sword now.
I
The thing is so powerful, and you just had it, not knowing what it is.
No, I had no idea until now. It just
Saoirse's hut automatically rouses her, so at this point she starts to wake up.
if
No,
it's
talk
such
to
a
her,
powerful
and I walk
sword,
away.
if it's such a powerful sword, what was it doing sticking in a
I'm
random
gone.
random 6-year-old?
I've left the dome. I am circling. I'm on a walk.
Bonding
Okay.
not go so well?
I think I broke Greer.
Oh,
Also,
well.
the door's dead.
Are we making the
fun with
horse
that.
jokes again, are we?
You know, I'm kind of enjoying all the dramatics between you two.
What did I miss?
A lot.
Well,
Dude is
Break the
dead.
horse.
So,
Let's talk about this.
So, the breaking Greer part, the sword. This sword, Greer told me to ask you about it because
Or did you have
it
to ride her to
upset
break her?
The fact that I have this upset her very much.
Oh,
I told her about how I found it and I met you and I pulled it out of the rock and
I
then no one believed.
see. You got to
but-
swap in stories, did ya?
Well, yeah, because we both knew you, so we kind of swapped stories about how we knew you, and then the sword came up, and then her eyes got huge, and then she wouldn't talk to
Right.
me anymore. Like, sh- I I don't know what I did wrong.
Okay,
Significantly less
you
entertaining than what I had in mind.
did not
What did you
necessarily
have
do
in mind?
anything wrong, little flower. We'll talk about the sword in just a minute, when, we have a bit of time. Do tell us what happened to him first, though.
Gigantic arrow happened. Like, the arrow is like 3 feet long, so that must have been one big bow.
You must have been really, really, breaking Greer to miss that.
You,
Neither of us heard anything. That's the thing.
so you don't know where it came from or
Well,
who?
it came from the west is all I know, but I looked and there wasn't anybody there anymore.
I see.
Or they were hiding
Someone
really
must not
thoroughly.
have wanted him to talk to us.
That's exactly what I said.
That's
But
terrifying.
we decided to wait in the safety of the dome until all of y'all woke up
That's very sensible.
rather than going looking for something that can draw a bow that big on our own
That's
in the middle of the night. And
that's
leave
Isn't it-
quite sensible.
Isn't
you
it?
guys undefended.
Truthfully, there was not much left of him when we pulled him out of that boulder anyway. Because I did not feel like wasting my healing magic on him. So, I'm not that worried about it. I don't know how much we would have gotten out of him.
Should I apologize to Greer or something? Because
No,
I
no,
I feel like I should.
flower. So that sword, um, it has been sitting in that stone for quite a long time.
But why?
The
Why did it just get left in a stone? I mean,
the
nobody pulled it
short
out until that time.
version, is that it is a very powerful object, supposedly enchanted by Danu herself. And
The
that
goddess, the goddess.
yes, and that only a champion chosen by Danu would be able to retrieve it.
And apparently random 6-year-olds. Because I was just a
No, dear, get there faster.
I was a what?
I'm trying to
Oh.
tell you that
Oh.
she is upset because you're the champion of Danu.
I'm a what?
Did she want to be champion of Danu? Is that a thing?
I'm a what?
She was not expecting the champion to be a 6-year-old, is what upset her.
Well, at least I'm not 6 anymore.
I don't think any of us were. That's part of what startled me when I first met you.
That I wasn't 6 anymore, or that I had the sword?
No, the very
What?
first time I met you, dear. I was quite
Oh.
startled.
You tried to take the sword back.
I did
You
not
thought
think you were ready for it.
You thought I
I mean, any
had
6-year-old running around with a sword, you would probably try to take it from them. You're not particularly safe for 6-year-olds.
I did not mind so much that Danu had chosen a particular person. I just did not think you were ready for the duties involved. I thought maybe we could put the sword back and you'd come back for it at some point when you were ready. But you had your own willfulness.
I am sorry for running away from you. But I
And
didn't
Danu has her
know.
own plans for people. Clearly you are quite ready now.
I don't know about that. Suddenly I'm not feeling so ready for anything. Um, so do you think this is why the paladins came to me?
I don't know that they necessarily knew the history of the sword or that they sought you out because of it, but it could be
Because
that the
nobody,
goddess had her plans in motion and had a hand in sending them to you.
all the years that I was in training, nobody said anything about the sword. So
Having
how
not been there, I cannot say.
how do you just have a sword like this and nobody tells you what you have? That
You've been in the human world, dear. Not a lot of humans know what that sword is.
well, and it didn't look like this either. But every time I tried to tell someone what happened, nobody believed me. They
The
thought
sword
I
was
just
disguising
made it
itself
up.
to protect itself until you were ready, I expect.
I'm gonna need a minute here. Freya goes and just kind of sits down on a rock and just tries to wrap her head around what's going on.
It's hard to say, with people like Danu, goddesses, gods, those above us, really want.
What I don't understand is why me? I mean, I'm a farm kid. I never understood why the paladins came for me, and now this?
Surely there must be more to you than just that.
I grew up on a farm. You know, my father trained horses for the local lord. I don't know. That's just
Well, why you is a question I'm afraid I can't answer because Danu chose you. Um, I could try to pray to her, but she won't necessarily answer.
you said there were duties attached to the sword. Is someone eventually going to tell me what all of this means? Or am I just supposed to figure it out on my own?
Um, so, would there be legends as far as what the champion is supposed to ultimately do, Sarah, that I would know about?
So within the if you mute for a second.
Oh, sorry.
So within the order of Danu, within Tir Nanog, there are rights and duties and things for the clerics and the priests, but the duties of the champion of Danu were a closely guarded by the most senior in the order. So a little bit above you, Sirsha. But there are rights, there are rules, there are duties that you may be able to ask about in time.
You know, I do know that there are some specific rights and duties, but I don't know what they are. My mother might know. Um, if we ever get a chance to go back to Tiernanog. Um, or I could try to send her a message. But um, at the moment, I'm afraid I don't know much more.
What do I do with it in the meantime? Do I just keep hanging on to it? Because I've had it for 20 years and I don't know.
Oh yes, at the
I
moment,
haven't exploded, so I guess
at the moment, I would keep doing what you're doing. Protect it, and use it to protect those in need.
all right. Well, this has been a weird day or couple of days. One day? Was that all one day?
Yep, all one day.
It has. My friend I thought was dead a long time is not.
Yeah, she told me about that.
Um,
Sorry for your
I've
loss and very happy that your loss is no longer lost.
met some very interesting people. So it's really been, yes, interesting is a grand word for it.
I'm starting to think that my being here was not quite so much coincidence as I thought, ending up here. Because I was just sent out into the world without a whole lot of direction. And I thought I just kind of ended up here, but seeming like maybe there are a lot of things in my life that are more complicated than I thought they were. I still feel like I need to apologize to Greer. I'm gonna go apologize to Greer.
I don't know how much it'll help, but go ahead and try.
I have to try. So I'm gonna Freya's gonna go and find Greer and go up and say, I'm sorry. I had no idea. I honestly had no idea about this sword, and obviously, I shouldn't have just dropped that on
You
you.
not don't apologize to me. Why do you think you need to apologize?
I don't know.
I'm sorry if I stormed off. I didn't know how to process that a 6-year-old just managed to pull the most important sword that I've ever heard of out of the stone.
Technically, she's not 6 anymore.
I'm not
According
60.
to No, you're not. But you were. And you've just had it on you and you've not known.
No, I have
It
not.
just was a lot to process. That's all. You're
You know,
not don't
I understand the lot to process because
Yeah.
yeah, Saoirse told me a little bit about the sword, and you know how we were talking about having destinies and being pawns of gods?
Dots are starting to connect for you, aren't they?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. Um, I'm wondering what I got myself into when I was 6 and didn't know any better.
Just look after that thing.
I will do my best.
All right. I am excited to see where this goes, though. So,
I hope I can live up. I mean,
oh, dude, gods are
there's.
awful. Don't give a fuck about them. Just do your thing. Be awesome.
You think I'm awesome?
You can be. You got the beginnings of awesome.
All right. Be awesome. Got it. Do we shake hands now? Or, I don't know.
Sure. There you go.
Good firm handshake.
In the background, I was like, kiss, kiss, kiss.
I hold on to your hand a second longer than a normal handshake.
I mean, I was gonna say, do we hug now?
It's still very gruff handshake.
So, Arius, as you've been listening to this whole conversation going on, you know of the sword. You've heard stories about the sword, the importance of the sword and everything. But I'll leave it up to you how you want to react to all of it.
Well, what do I specifically know about it?
You know that the Sword of Danu has a legendary history, that it was used. Let me see if I can pull it up again. Let's see if I can read all this.
Just real quick, Sarah, to finish up that little bit of RP that Cassie and I were
Go for
doing.
it.
Before Freya releases Greer's hand, she's going to very impulsively lean down and kiss it.
Aw. Love it.
Freeze. And I don't say anything, and I'm just super awkward. And I go,
Sorry, I had the
Yep.
whole chivalry thing kind of.
don't, like I said, don't apologize. You just be awesome. And I walk away.
Well, that was entertaining.
Yeah. So, you know that the sword is, at least from the stories and fables and legends that you've heard while you were growing up, that it's probably well over 20,000 years old. And that it was, legend holds, you don't know whether to put any stock in it or not, that the sword was actually crafted from the alicorn of a great unicorn.
Okay.
By Danu. But nobody knows how it actually got stuck in the rock, though.
Got it.
Or at least they've forgotten the stories of it. So, yeah, I'll let you react to it however you see fit.
I think he just like strokes his beard, like very, very curious. Quite the group I've got myself mixed up with.
Okay.
And I'll leave it at that for that.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. Arius and Gray must have been watching that whole exchange like, oh, my goodness.
Just over here sipping the morning tea.
Uh-huh. So, as the morning begins, you have the whole day in front of you. What would you like to do?
Probably figure out who killed our prisoner.
Don't know.
That sounds like a terrible idea. Did any of those statues in the other room have bows?
Not that you remember seeing.
Thank God.
But you do have a new passage that you can reopen.
Can you remind me, or I guess Freya, how did you get the gem outside of the cage last time?
There were 3 of us pressing buttons. They're
Yes, there were like
buttons.
5 buttons down there that you have to press all at
Yeah.
once. And then
Yeah.
do we
There
still
was-
have a key somewhere?
I still have the key, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got it right here. So we can go down there and press the buttons.
So we need to press 5 buttons at the same time and also turn the key?
Yes, which is why it took 3 of us. Because there was a lot of buttons to press.
How far are the buttons from each other?
Far enough that we had to use 2 hands.
Okay. Well, I can certainly get 2 or 3 of them using my 4 frog legs. 4 of them, depending on how close they are.
Well, the entire contraption is about a foot in diameter, so it's like having to push 2 on this side, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and then turn a key in a 6th
Could I
spot.
So how many could I get on my own, and also if I use my tongue as a frog?
Potentially 2.
Even if the tongue I can.
Yeah, because
Still
it
only
takes
get 2.
it takes a strength check to do it.
Got it.
Well, it was. Let's see. If you want to go, I'll go, and either Saoirse or Gray, probably. Unless Greer wants to go.
I'm having fun just watching you.
Oh, also, Sarah,
Uh-huh.
if instead I'm retrieving the gem, the frog can grapple things by attacking and then swallowing it, or putting it in its mouth, I guess. If they're small, would the gem qualify as something I can just like do that with?
With the large size frog that you become,
Medium-sized.
yes, medium size. Well, larger than normal size. Potentially yes. But
Because it goes until the grapple. Okay. It's a melee weapon attack with a reach of 5 feet. That sucks for a tongue. And the target is grappled.
mm-hmm.
I mean, what kind of people with tongues do you know that are beyond 5 feet?
I don't know, man. For a frog.
Not as many as I'd like.
For a medium-sized frog.
So
I don't know how the proportions go up with your medium-sized frog. So
Mm-hmm.
on the Greer is having fun watching note, Freya is going to actually take her armor off before jumping into the pond this time.
Sounds good. And I'm not actually going to make you all roll for it again. I'll figure you have to
And,
get down and retrieve it.
I will
You know,
watch.
shed some layers so that she's got dry clothing to put on after.
Oh, we're watching. It's a good show.
Rolls the tongue back in.
Got the, strength of 18, so
Mm-hmm. So, the 3 of you dive down, retrieve the stone, toss it back
definitely
in.
put a little extra show on the dive.
Of course. Give me a performance check.
Alright,
got that good paladin charisma. It'll be fine.
I'm just pulling up, where's my... How about a 22 total?
Oh, very nice.
19 plus
So,
3.
You climb up as high as you can get on one of the rock structures that is next to the pool.
I'm gonna do a flip or something.
Yep. You move to the far back edge and then take a small running jump. And with that, you're able to get enough air that you're able to tuck into like a swan type position. Or not swan position, but like I don't know diving terms, so I'm making this up. You tuck, curl, couple flips, and then pull out into a full perfect swan dive.
Excellent. And
And
after
there
I
was-
splash in, resurface, I'm gonna just wave at Greer.
If there was any pigment left in Greer's skin, there might be a blush. But you'll never know.
Before I dive in, I'm gonna kind of walk over to Greer and lean over and go, "Is that a bit of blush? Are you two flirting now?"
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. So you swim down, recover the stone, toss it back into the brazier. Flames turn green, passageway opens up, and you're able to move on through. So, I'm guessing you move on through.
Put all the armor back on.
Let's go take another 8-hour rest, see how that goes.
Well then.
All right.
Would you even be planning on getting any rest at this point in time?
I was gonna say, do you really want to go through another watch?
That was the joke. No, we don't want to do that. Anyway, I'm just gonna
So, as you step through the newly opened passageway, another cavern lays before you. At the far end, a picturesque waterfall pours into a large pool that stretches the length of the cavern. The air heavy with the aroma of brine and salt. A pathway on the right side of the cavern leads up to an architectural structure perched above the waterfall. What do you do?
There aren't any things with giant bows. Are we getting closer to the ocean?
Oh, did we want to go through here yet, or did we want to go over to the west and see if we can figure out where that
Well, we don't want to have to open this door again.
Plus, we don't want to go looking for trouble.
It
It's not
stayed
that
open
kind of
for
trouble.
several hours.
Door open, I meant just kind of not having to go through all that effort for a third time.
I don't mind the swim.
In the interest of time.
Look, if you're looking for excuses to take your armor off, going for a swim isn't exactly, I don't know.
You were
subtlety
going
is lacking.
somewhere with that.
Anyway,
I think we should continue.
I agree.
So, as you move up the left, or the correction, the right side of the cavern, the pathway kind of the pathway kind of weaves around the corners of the rock cliff face surrounding the pool. You get up to about halfway up the path to a small landing. And there's something that you notice almost immediately. 2 stone statues lying on the ground. Multiple arrows of the exact same type as the one that killed the other guy stuck in their chest. A look of pain and horror on the statues' faces.
Do these
I think they
statues
turned to
look like the
stone,
ones
right?
we saw before? Or do they
Uh,
look like something else?
They look. They don't wear like the same armor or anything as the ones you saw previously. But these ones very much look like they were once human, because the arrows are not stone.
All right.
I'm
These
not familiar with spells that turn people to stone. Does anyone know of any?
Not currently.
What I know about oh Lord, what's the animal called?
basilisk?
Basilisks. Having hunted a whole bunch of like random creatures in my life.
And with
I don't
that,
think basilisks shoot people with arrows.
Oh, but they got venom. Maybe.
Medusa?
That's an idea. Could be a problem.
Mhm. And I think that's a great place for us to take our mid-session break for a little bio break. So, for those of you that are in chat, we will be back in about 15 minutes, so stick around, and we've got a whole lot more fun things to come up. So we'll see you in a minute. right, welcome back, everyone. So in our first half, we grew to learn more about Freya and Greer and their interesting connections to Saoirse. Hopefully we'll get to learn more about our other characters as well as time goes on. So, as you enter this new cavern, a long pool stretches from one end to the other of the cavern. On the right-hand side of the cavern, you've got a path with occasional staircases leading up towards what appears to be a long unused structure that is above a waterfall that's falling down into the pool. As the party was moving up the path, they came to a landing where they discovered two stone statues with multiple long arrows, wooden arrows, protruding from their chests, a look of pain and horror on these statues' faces where they lie. What would you like to do next?
Do these guys look like they've been stoned for very long? Like, do they have moss? Are their clothes modern?
Not so much moss per se, but the clothing is definitely much older. The rock that they are now made of has begun to chip away, so there's fragments here and there.
At least that's a little bit comforting, I guess, maybe.
Are they dusty?
Very. They've been here for a while.
Okay.
I'd say maybe what
I feel
shot
like I
them
don't
moved on,
need to
but
say. Yeah, I feel like I don't need to say that we should keep our eyes open, but obviously there is an established person of interest here with really large bows and does not like strangers. So
But whatever happened to these two happened a while ago.
it's a pretty similar arrow to what we just found in our friend back there. So
As you look at the
obviously
arrow
they're
more
still around.
closely, you notice that it's the exact same type of arrow. Just the one that hit the guy outside of your hut was much newer.
but he didn't turn to stone.
Could be two different effects.
Perhaps
Though
not
it is-
yet.
Though it is strange to shoot someone then turn them to stone.
Delayed stonification?
Or perhaps some other effect of just staying in this cavern turned them to stone.
That's awful to think about.
So what you're saying is we should move swiftly.
Silently, please.
Well, yes, but let's not linger. Yes.
Okay. So did you want to go more stealthily?
Commend it.
Yes.
Full disclosure, I'm not terribly stealthy.
I can fix that.
Yeah, we
Hold on.
recall from last time we tried to be stealthy.
Give me a moment. I actually forgot to switch out this spell after my long rest, but I'm gonna pass it out. Trace us.
Okay. So everybody can roll a stealth check with a +10.
Gotta roll at disadvantage.
30.
Okay.
Wow.
This is my first time ever casting this spell because I never played anything that could have it.
18.
That's exactly what Saoirse got.
Same.
Oh, also, this is a concentration spell, so for 1 hour we can do that.
Mm-hmm. And would you get
As long as you're
Ares?
concentrating.
Yeah, as long as I'm concentrating, so nobody bonk
Yep.
me in the head.
So,
Oh, but it was so tempting to do that.
17 with my
All
plus
right.
10.
so
I got 26.
overall, you're pretty stealthy. not too much clanking. You managed to find a way to pad that armor a little bit, Freya, so it's not clanking around as much. So overall, pretty stealthy.
Oh, and also to be further clear, it's as long as you're within 30 feet of me.
Mm-hmm.
It's an emanation from my body.
Yep. So, do you climb the rest of the stairs up towards the structure?
Sure, I'm ready to make a lot of bad decisions today.
Yeah, why don't we keep going?
Okay.
At least
So-
they're quiet decisions.
Right?
Quiet decisions. Well, some of the best decisions are loud and noisy decisions.
Some.
Not when someone's shooting giant arrows and turning people to stone.
True.
I don't think those were the loud decisions she was talking about.
So as you climb the steps up the side of this cavern wall to the platform that the structure rests on, you notice that it's old architecture. Most of the architecture you see in cities and towns nowadays have a more modern feel to them. These look much older. Hundreds, maybe 1,000 or more years old. But as you get up to the top, you see a few statues, these ones actually carved, not transformed, of what looks to be dragons or dragonoid humans. But not really much else up here, except for a single doorway that leads into a tunnel that goes deeper.
Still making bad decisions. Let's go through the doorway.
Okay.
Game if you are.
I'm always game.
Seems the way we must continue to go.
Oh, well, by all means, you two go first.
Of course. So, stepping through the doorway, you come into a chamber with a long staircase that stretches upward before you. To your left and right, small alcoves harbor the remains of long unused residences, their contents remaining untouched for many hundreds of years.
Look, I found a vocation for my summer home. The neighbors are quiet.
If not a bit murdery and stone turny.
Are these particularly big houses? Like they would house something large? Or are they normal, medium-sized-esque things?
Normal, medium-sized-esque things. You might be able to squeeze a larger creature in there, but it'd be a tighter fit.
So not the home of our arrow happy friend?
Hard to tell. Because you don't know what size that friend is.
That was an awful big arrow for, yeah, it's possible, I guess.
What do you suppose all of this is?
The remnants of an old civilization?
The other city was built on top of?
All things considered, it seems well kept.
Kind of worrying. Who's been keeping it?
It's just well preserved underneath here. Not much to disturb it, especially if that doorway was sealed by the green stone.
Still, I feel like we're not alone in here.
We've just found an ancient gated community.
Everyone who would like to can give me a perception check.
I wonder what the HOA is like.
I was going to ask the same question, honestly. That's probably the scariest
21.
part of this place.
Oh wow, I'm on point.
That's a nat 1 that I'm going to re-roll.
Okay.
And that's a 3.
Got it.
18.
Okay. So,
Freya's killing the perception rolls tonight.
Oh, it's hot and cold. Oh.
So, Freya, as you're looking around, you see the two buildings on either side of the stairs, but you're just looking at the staircase, thinking, armor, heavy, too many stairs. Whereas everyone else.
No. Freya is thinking about running up said stairs.
Oh, okay.
Freya is going, I wonder how fast I could run up there.
Got it.
But I
Are we gonna
can't
sing
because
the-
my armor is gonna make too much noise.
I could definitely beat Greer. I could definitely beat Greer.
I could definitely beat Greer up the stairs.
For the rest of you, you do see a single disturbance in the dust on the floor. It's a single, what looks to be like something was dragged along a path and then looks like it went down the stairs behind you. You don't see any footprints. Just a wide path, probably 2.5, 3 feet wide.
Like drug a corpse or something?
Yep, but there's no footprints to be doing the dragging.
So we got something that floats.
Or flies?
Everything floats down here.
Or
They
only has
all
one
float
leg?
down here.
One very large leg?
Or something that dragged its own body.
How would that work?
Wouldn't there be handprints then? Could it
Well,
be some kind of large snake-like creature or something?
that's what I was implying. My apologies.
Very large snake-like creatures are very good looking. Not very talkative, though.
You have some interesting taste.
Anyway,
Weren't we talking earlier about a basilisk? Those are large snake-like creatures, right?
they don't shoot bows.
And they have 6
That's
legs.
a fair point.
Oh, they have.
Yeah,
six
it depends on what kind of basilisk you mean, because they're
Yeah.
different creatures, different
Different
lore.
fantasies
Versions.
have different versions.
For the purposes of our world, basilisks have legs.
Yes.
Okay.
Just as a random DM fact to players, there is a certain creature that's semi-related to the basilisks that has no legs and uses a bow.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
That also turns
But
things
in
to
game, I
stone.
don't know that. In game, I don't know that.
A gorgon.
Uh-huh. Or one in particular.
Oh wait, shit. This is Myths of Gaea.
It is.
Yeah.
Based on Greek and
Uh,
Celtic mythology.
Okay. Are any of our characters, would they be able to put that together?
Give me a history check or an intelligence check, your choice.
I actually have proficiency in history, so let's do that one. Unfortunately, cannot guide myself because I'm already concentrating, and I rolled a 3 for a 7, so I know nothing.
We
Saoirse
know
doesn't know
nothing.
things outside of her mythology, unfortunately.
Right? I think that's what the dice are
20.
telling us.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
Nat
Freya
20. Plus
pulling off the
0.
knowledge.
Yep.
Plus
And what did-
0.
What did you get, Greer?
I'm fine.
Nice.
5? Okay.
School
So-
in Paladin school.
Most of you have no clue. You're just pondering what could possibly do this. The best theory so far is the snake that Saoirse came up with. But Freya instantly connects this.
It still takes her a second because it's a plus 0, so it still takes her a second. But she stops and is just looking up and just,
See the wheels turning.
oh,
You've read the myths.
oh no. Guys,
What is it,
Mhm.
Flower?
I I think I know what did that and what turned those guys to stone.
Enlighten us.
Based off your
Please do.
facial expressions, it's something amazing that we'll love, correct?
Yeah, except the exact opposite.
Hmm.
Does the name Medusa mean anything to any of you?
I don't know, Sarah, does it?
As she says the name, not even the species, just the name alone, all of you instantly recognize it.
Oh dear.
Did we just release one of those
Shit.
onto the world?
By opening the door? Maybe.
Hmm.
Well, I gotta get another thing back.
Has anybody fought a Gorgon before?
No, but I've always wanted to kill
No.
one.
I can't say I've even come across one before.
I don't particularly go into Gorgon territory often. I don't
Until
screw
now.
Definitely
This
not a
is
position I thought I'd find myself in, so no.
is this is not, I don't think, even their usual range.
Would Freya have learned anything about fighting Gorgons in Paladin school?
Probably.
All right.
So what you, Katie, know of the myths is probably what Freya knows, based off of that natural 20.
Okay. Okay.
Everyone else?
We're decent.
Not as
then.
much. You know
Alright.
some of the stories, but
Okay, do I at least know not to look in the eyes?
yes.
Okay. That's
Who-
much, yeah.
Freya is sitting there and you can see the wheels spinning. Little slowly, but they are spinning. And she's looking down at her mirror reflective shield and going, I've always wanted to try this.
Hmm.
So you guys want to actually hunt this thing?
Do we have a stake in this? Do we have any reward for this?
Probably the
Because I'm not,
steak.
I can hunt things. I do
Well,
that a lot, but usually
isn't
for like
there
some sort of reward.
isn't
We
there a
could-
relic we're supposed to be looking for?
That's
We could try to
true.
avoid it while we're looking for the relic.
That would probably
And
be
if we end up
smart.
killing a Gorgon, that's a bonus.
Or avoid it killing us if we could avoid it.
I like that option more.
Does anybody else have any reflective surfaces?
No.
How shiny is my scimitar?
Relatively shiny. It's also relatively not huge.
Anybody got like some silver plates or something? Everybody pull out your mess kits.
I'm looking through it right now.
We've got camping gear. We probably have, plates of some sort.
There's also buildings
where-
you can possibly search into. You never know.
Yeah.
Regular houses, someone might have a mirror too.
Yeah.
Have a look.
Which side did you want to go to, left or right? Because it's this one here or this one here. Either side of that
Oh.
grand staircase.
Which way does this trail not come from or go to?
It comes from the right side,
Did we go
or
left?
at least it looks like it originates that way. But it goes down the stairs behind you, the way you came in.
Still, we should go left. If it came from that direction, it might go back that direction when it's done, shooting other people.
Okay.
And once again, stay within 30 feet of me so we can remain more silent.
Mm-hmm.
As long as the big scary one's wearing the armor and the big heavy weapons, I'm staying near that.
So we have the same strategy.
I got you. As Freya pulls her shield around and checks around corners in the reflection.
Mhm.
There's also a ton of water on the floor. That's
Useful.
helpful.
Absolutely. Good thinking.
So, as you move over to the left residence or building that looks like a residence, you push open the door. Dark inside, no light, very dusty everywhere. But give me an investigation check, whoever would like to.
I'll stand guard while you guys search.
I would like to say I will carefully do this investigation, looking at the floor first, making sure there's nothing in front of me,
Mm-hmm.
and then look up.
Okay.
Gray just doesn't want to look at anything. Just in case.
Got a 9, and I'm going to use my inspiration dice to make it a 15.
Very nice.
I got a 14.
So, Saoirse, Arius, and Greer, the three of you, as you're looking around, various types of furniture that you would expect in a residence. There's a small bed on one side, a small table with a chair in front of it, small cooking stove, or small cooking fireplace.
Could have stayed the night in here.
Coulda. But on the table, you find a couple of things. The first thing you find, which is probably the most obvious, is a drinking goblet. Probably silver or some kind of silver-colored metal with gold filigree. Next to it, you find a silver ring with a small emerald affixed to it. And then on the back edge of, or back corner of the table, you find a scroll.
Do we have time for me to cast Detect Magic as a ritual, or do we want me to do it the quick way and get out here?
Take your time. I don't think we're in any, I mean, like, a bit of a rush, but, like, there's no one immediately on our tail.
All right. So I'll cast Detect Magic as a ritual, and just check if any of these objects are magical in any way.
Just a scroll. It is a scroll of protection from evil and good.
Hey, when you're casting a spell from a scroll, do you need the material components?
Typically, yes.
Got it. You need powdered silver or holy water for that one.
Mm-hmm.
Neither of which I have.
We have
A
silver.
goblet.
We could smash up some silver coins too.
And I could bless some water.
I don't think there's an urgent need to cast the spell right now.
No.
In any case, the other two objects are ordinary, just shiny bits of things we could sell.
Mm-hmm. Did you want to check out the other building on the opposite side?
Absolutely.
Did we find anything shiny in here anyway? Mirrors.
Give me a investigation check.
17.
Very nice.
I apparently noticing that stuff on the way in. I am just not
Little
too shaken
distracted.
up, too concerned.
Yep. All right. So for Greer and Saoirse, as the two of you are kind of looking around with the help of Gray, you find a metal plate, like a dinner plate, fork and knife next to it. No food or anything on it. It's just there, like they didn't have anything anywhere else to place it. As you're searching through, you find a drawer underneath the table, and inside that drawer you find a. Let's see. Let me take a look. Gotta look this up real quick just to see, because the new manual came out with pictures for things. Trying to think which one it would be in. Potion. It is a potion. I'm just trying to think what color. What is it? Let's see. Do I have this one in here? Where is it? Of course not. Anyways, I'll give it a green color, just because I'm guessing. But so it's a green color potion in a long cylindrical tube.
I suppose anyone knows what that is.
Detect magic lasts for 10 minutes. Does the potion have any particular school associated with it?
I'm not sure about the school, but it's essentially a potion of anti-petrification.
Basilisk oil.
Oh, that's convenient.
That's the one. That's the one I was looking for. Thank you. I couldn't think what it was.
I guess Freya recognized it.
Clearly, they had a problem with petrification in this, area.
Mm-hmm. But that's really all you find. So do you choose to move further into the cavern? Or are you going to camp out here? What are you going to do?
Well, let's take something shiny each, and then we have no choice but to move forward.
Okay. So at the top of the stairs is a small waterfall, causing the stairway to be a bit slippery. So everybody give me a dexterity saving throw. Relatively low DC. This is just to see if you slip.
My God, these rolls have been terrible tonight. I got a 4.
Oh,
25.
Nat 20.
even better.
Ooh.
All right. So
Why am I only rolling like amazing or
horrible?
horrible?
Because that's what makes it fun.
I'm
I
only
have-
rolling horrible, so.
I have not had anything in between like a 3 and a 17.
Mm-hmm. So Arius, as you're walking up the steps, I'm not sure what the marching order is, but as you're walking up the steps, you hit a slippery patch and your foot comes out from under you, and you fall and hit your funny bone.
No.
Stings a bit, but not enough to actually cause you any actual hit point damage.
Ooh, are you all right there?
I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
So,
Maybe you should have stayed as a frog. Easy to climb.
Noted.
so at the top of the stairs, To either side of the waterfall is a pathway that leads up and around a pool of water. To the left of the pool is an old and very rickety wooden ladder leading up to the next level and your path forward. So the ladder's right here. So you can climb this one by one. And let's see, how do I want to do this? Let's, somebody roll me a D100.
I got it.
Aw.
Your
Or
D100 just sitting there?
You can go if you want.
I've got one sitting
I
right here
don't-
too.
I don't often get chances to roll my actual D100.
Go for it.
This thing is like solid
I've-
and it's heavy.
I've never rolled mine. I got it for my birthday.
Fun.
68.
68. Okay. So now I want everyone to roll a D100. You have to beat a 68.
Oh no.
Otherwise the ladder starts to crumble, losing rungs.
How many feet is this
77.
ladder?
Yay.
34.
It's about
We
20
probably
feet
should
up.
have
94.
Okay.
we should have picked order first.
That's fair.
All good. So we'll say that those that got over the 68, which would be Greer and Freya, I believe. Those two make it up, no problem. Ari just floats up like she does. But Saoirse, you're the third one up out of those that are actually climbing. As you go, you take a step and one of the rungs breaks. You fall back down just a little bit. You catch yourself, but you're able to kind of step over that rung and make it to the top. Arius, as you're going, you take a step onto one of the lower rungs, and it snaps, and the one below it snaps, and you sink right back down to the ground. You're able to stretch high enough and reach up and kind of pull yourself up to the third rung and then skip over the next missing one and then make it to the top. Grayson, not so lucky. As you stretch up and kind of get up onto that third rung, the rest of the ladder just collapses. And you're now stuck down there on your own. What would you like to do?
If we lower a rope, do you think we could get you? Could you climb it?
Maybe? We'd have a good laugh watching me.
Not rope. I lower rope.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, with everybody holding the rope on the top end, Gray, give me an athletics check to see how easy it is for you to climb up this rope.
And I'm going to cast guidance as well.
And can I
You have to
be
touch that?
pulling the rope up too? We'll haul Gray up.
Yep,
So I get an advantage for being hauled?
of course. Get advantage for being hauled, plus you got guidance. Very nice.
Well, thank
So,
God.
Takes a little bit of effort, but you're able to get up there. No problem with everyone's help. So you're moving ahead.
Next time, Greer goes last. I'm gonna blame the hooves.
Exactly. So up the ladder, you find a slightly flooded courtyard. At the far end of the courtyard, you see a large archway that leads further into the caverns and into the more of the structure. Do you proceed, or you stay here and investigate some more?
Are there more houses and stuff to investigate?
Not so much. Up here, it's more just architectural structure.
Nothing to go
Take a
into
quick
to
look
look for
around.
this artifact.
Might as well.
Okay.
Found interesting stuff
I
in
think
the
this
last
artifact
one that
would
we've
either
been
be
to.
hidden.
They could just be in someone's house. Unless any of these places look a little bit more opulent than others.
Mm-hmm. So if you would like to, you can give me an investigation check for up here. See what you find.
12.
Okay.
Just an 8.
Okay. Saoirse with a 15, Gray with a 21, and Freya, what'd you get? If you would like to. You don't have to.
Sorry, what am I rolling again?
Investigation.
Or you can keep standing guard.
Yep, it's entirely up to you.
Oh, I'll keep standing guard.
Okay.
Everyone else is better at investigating than me.
So, as you're up here, you see a few patches that have that same snake-like drag mark. Just kind of going wherever. Everyone else does pretty good, except for Arius, who's still a little concerned about the Medusa. But getting a little bit, you find some really well-designed statues, carved, not transformed. You see, that's pretty much what Arius finds. For everyone else, you don't really find anything of really value per se, but you do see that some of the statues, both on the ground level as well as the level above it, because it goes up a little ways, multiple levels, that some of the statues and some of the architecture have arrows stuck in the stone. Almost like somebody was either doing target practice or was just bored and just shooting things, or maybe there were targets that they were actually shooting at. You don't know. It's hard to tell. But overall, it's relatively empty as far as valuable items. But Gray, with your 20, or with your natural 20, in the water of that's kind of flooding this top level, you do find a necklace, silver chain, silver amulet with gold filigree, and a large emerald in the middle.
I liked emeralds.
Mm-hmm.
Do you just kind of pocket it, or do you just show it to the rest of us?
I mean, I'm not going to hide it. I'll lift it up, look at it, and stick it in a pocket. We haven't discussed, it's not like we're going to split it right here and now.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I was just curious, because if I see it, then I can comment on whether it's magical, because my detect magic is up.
No. He's not being sneaky or anything like that. I mean, he probably picks it up and dangles it out of the water. And it will go in his pocket if it's not magical.
Yep.
Yeah. Saoirse kind of leans a little closer. Do I sense anything?
No magic. Just mundane.
Seems to be just another ordinary bit of shiny.
Might fence for a nice day at an inn. Maybe a hot bath after this? I'm sure there's got to be a bathhouse somewhere around here.
Oh yeah.
Sounds
Well, but
really
not
lovely,
here.
actually.
But
I wouldn't say no to a bath.
So, do you proceed into the
I have to
next
finish here
chamber?
first.
Do you proceed through the archway into the next possibility?
Sure, why not?
Alrighty.
Why don't you let me with the shiny shield go first?
It's fun.
Okay. So, several yards past the archway, the tunnel opens up into another large chamber. As you move along the left side of a large and possibly very deep pool of water, you happen upon a second pool, possibly connected to the first. But at the far end of the chamber is a small set of stairs leading up to what appears to be a throne. And upon the throne is a figure sitting silently in the darkness. Do you approach?
Like
Do they
a
look alive?
live figure?
yeah, is it a
Hard-
stone figure?
Oh.
Living figure?
Hard
How
to tell
far
from
away?
this distance.
How far away are we?
You're probably a good 150 feet, if not more.
Okay.
So it's hard to tell from this distance.
Well, if it's not moving, maybe our sneakiness is working. If it is alive.
Once we get, if we're gonna continue, once we get within 30 feet, I'm gonna pause and go ahead and divine sense.
Okay. So I will move you up to within about 30 feet. Okay.
Unless it notices or does something sooner, right?
Yeah.
Maybe. So I will move you up there, moving along the left side of the path, getting up to probably right about there. Maybe a little closer. I'll get you up to about here. As you get up to about this point, I'm not really worried about the measured distance. I'm just guesstimating.
No, I'm just personally curious.
Yep.
Just in case.
Yeah. So as you get up to this point, you hear a voice. Feminine. Have you enjoyed my kingdom?
Everyone avert your eyes.
It's quite lovely. Definitely enjoy the decorations.
I'm glad you enjoyed.
Stonework is
Excellent
particularly
stonework.
lovely. Yes, right?
Oh, that's a rather recent addition.
It's
What
always
brings you
great
to
to
my-
have new hobbies.
What brings you to my kingdom?
Bad luck. Followed by curiosity.
Oh, I'm very familiar with that last one. I've had more than a few companions perish from it.
Companions.
But seeing as how you've made it past the doorway, there must be something that has brought you this far.
They're searching for something.
Treasure hunters, I see. Yes?
Less about the treasure and more trying to solve a mystery.
Oh,
She
I do
said.
love a good mystery. What is the one you're trying to solve?
Well,
Why are we spending so much time underground?
What other place would you want to be? It's wonderful down here. Plenty of playthings. Plenty of food and water.
No, you're absolutely correct. And now that we've experienced all of it, we should probably be heading back.
Oh, leaving so
I'd
soon?
say the treasure was the experience of this whole thing made along the way.
It's the
We can
friendship we
leave.
made along the way.
And this conversation itself, that's also a gift.
We did get Freya and Greer finally becoming friends. You
Not
know,
posturing.
Oh, and I'm
Good lesson, 24 hours.
I suppose you're going to tell me that the treasure is the friends you've made along the way. That
Gray
old
already said
cliche.
so.
Exactly.
Boring.
I mean, we're looking for a relic, too.
Oh,
Oh, jeez.
interesting.
It's just, what do you think about... Never mind.
are we looking for that, or are we trying to figure out why those other guys were looking for that?
Both? Both, right?
We're not looking to steal anything.
We're not looking to steal anything. We're
There,
just...
good go.
There's this group of bandits that was looking for a relic, and we figured we should... Well, we stopped them, and we figure we should figure out why they were down here in the first place.
And make sure the relic stays safe.
And also get out of here safely in one piece. Movable pieces, that is.
Well, I'm glad you specified. I was going to say, one piece is not always the best option. But I know that you're here for a specific purpose. I'm surprised you haven't even asked any questions of me yet. Most do.
We hadn't really expected to encounter anyone in here.
And I guess
I
we're
mean-
just not curious enough.
Actually, we've kind of been expecting to encounter you, if you are who I think you are.
And who is it that you think that I am?
Medusa?
Oh, not even close, my dear.
Oh, that's a relief.
But I'm surprised you didn't see her on your way in.
We saw the signs she left.
Would you care to share your name with us then?
First, before I answer your questions, before I answer your questions about what I know and who I am, and since I currently hold the only exit from this chamber, I require a sacrifice from one of you. A bauble, or a small trinket, if you will. But to me, it is not just any bauble or trinket, mind you, but something ancient and mystical in nature. And as this voice says this, the hand of the personage that is sitting on the throne opens to receive something.
Are you like referring to something specific? Or do we get to pick?
That is for your green friend there to decide.
Well, shit.
You know what she's talking about?
I assume you're referencing the Orb of Astral Seeing?
I can tell that it's Atlantean in nature, and that cannot go further.
Atlantean? You have something Atlantean?
To be fair, I only recently found that out. We were in the library. I don't know much about this thing, but I did read that it's potentially Atlantean in nature and was lost. Clearly it is found.
Looks like it's about ready to be lost again. Is there anything else you're willing to negotiate with?
Madam,
I'm assuming our green friend does not want to part with his bauble.
And,
Madam, if you're not willing to give us your real name, would you at least give us something to call you?
oh, I suppose a name is such an easy thing to give. But first, I would have yours. And as the voice says this, the shadows shift a little bit on the lap of this personage sitting in the throne. And it's at everybody give me a perception check.
Sarah, did anything ping on Divine Sense?
Divine Sense pings on what? It's like Fey, Fiends, Undead. It's
Celestials, Fae, Fiends, Undead, something like that.
definitely Fey.
Isn't there something about not giving your name to Fae creatures?
I
Is that said
definitely
to
would
us or is that
recommend
us?
it.
That is Freya to the party.
Well, I mean, you could
Well,
tell
I-
me your name, but there are some of the greater Fae that certainly can be a bit troublesome.
Freya's pointing at our new friend.
Mm-hmm.
Going,
So, for those of you that rolled your perception checks,
oh shoot, I should do that.
10 is the DC.
11.
Cool.
So not complete garbage.
So for
15.
those of you that
I got a
rolled
22.
higher than a 10 will notice that sitting on the lap of this personage in the throne is I want to say a Maine Coon sized black cat with a patch of white on its chest. So, to learn my name, I must learn yours first.
Does anyone else say anything about the cat? Because Freya is oblivious. Not Freya, Saoirse.
I don't know anything about a cat. I mean, I don't think anyone's gonna bring it up.
Freya's gonna say, but what's your cat's name?
Silence.
Saoirse leans over to Freya and just real quietly says, "What cat?"
The cat sitting in her lap?
It's at this time that you notice it.
Oh crap, I thought that was a shadow.
Oh, it's a kitty cat.
By any chance, are you the cat?
As I stated, before I answer your questions, I must learn your names and receive your sacrifice.
Well, I'm not dying in here, so I suppose you should just give her the orb and we can be on our way.
You know, I really,
So-
really like this thing. I think it's really important. I'm still
Is it
trying to
more
figure out
important than your
why that
life?
is.
Based on the description that I'm seeing, someone with this kind of cat, and the way that this person is acting, and knowing that this person is Fae, is this ringing any bells for me? Do I have any idea who this might be?
It's ringing bells for both you and Greer. You both know what it is. Arius as well. All three of you know
Oh.
exactly what this is. It's a cat.
I do not in real life.
Me, the player, does
Oh.
not know.
It's a Kate She.
There we go. I only know Luis from Final Fantasy.
Great, there's a giant Moogle costume around here somewhere. Robot.
It's a Fey cat. Let me see if I can pull up the description of it again. Where did I put it?
Scottish mythology.
Or its ears red.
No.
Oh, oh.
Yes, yes.
Or that's the
I've heard of
the
these.
dogs that have the red ears. the
What does
I don't know what they're
Arius know
called.
about these creatures?
Let me see. Let me bring it up real quick. So, the Catshi is a type of fae that resembles an oversized cat, and it is typically all black with the exception of a white spot on its chest. Though there are variants that are white with orange spots, white with black spots, or entirely black without any coloration, without any other coloration, it is described as being as large as a dog and chooses to display itself with its back arched and bristles erect. They are generally considered untrustworthy, even by other fae. And there are various beliefs among people about the origins of the Catshi.
So then Arius would know everything you just said right now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to be honest, Gray. I think even if we give this Catchy the orb, it's will not let us go.
There shouldn't be any danger in at least giving it our names, though. That much I don't think is a problem with these creatures.
We don't give it your names. Watch how you word things.
But it's the quote unquote giving names is really only a problem with certain types of fae. It's the
Yes, true.
this creature won't. That's not going to be a problem with. We can tell it our names. It's whether you're willing to give up the object and what kind of problems that might be, and how trustworthy it is to keep his word on that. It is the real discussion. And she's saying all of this really quietly to the group.
And also replying quietly, yes, I think that trust part is the issue here. I see myself giving it the orb, and it killing us regardless. Or attempting to, anyway.
We could try to escape backwards.
It claims it has the only way out, but that may not be true. Let's start with names and see where that gets us.
After you.
All right, madam. You may call me Saoirse.
It's a pleasure. And the rest of you?
You can call me Arius.
It's a
I
pleasure.
am known by Grayson.
And Ari introduces herself as well.
You may refer to me as Oron's champion until I know your name.
That stinking god. Never did care for him.
Adore.
And what about you, shiny one?
Who, me?
You're the only one shining.
Freya. Hi.
It's a pleasure to meet you all. As promised, my name is Olivia Malanoch.
Time to rest.
I'm very pleased to have you in my kingdom. So, now that we are properly introduced, and fear not, I care nothing for your names. It's just pleasantries. If you choose not to relinquish that Atlantean artifact, what else do you have to offer for my knowledge?
Just curious.
Before...
Oh, go ahead, Arius. Sure.
Before that, do you know anything about this, apart from the fact that it's Atlantean? I'm not exactly sure its purpose.
Well, I've never seen one before. I just can smell the Atlantean on it. But if it is what I think it is, it's really good at finding places, things, people, directions.
Well, you have a mighty fine kingdom here. Why would you want any of those things?
I don't.
Oh, well, good. Then we have established you don't need the orb after all.
But it does not enter the vault.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see a vault.
Silly me. I should not have said.
No. Cat's out of the bag now. What fault?
The Imperial Vault, of course. I figured that's why you were here.
It's potentially why the other people that we fought with were here.
Presumably the bandits that we killed wanted to raid your vault.
So we've done you a favor. I think you kind of owe us a favor in return.
We could tell you what we know about them, if that would be a fair exchange of information.
I don't care who they were, as long as they didn't make it into here. Because they would not have lasted.
But wouldn't you want to know what the mothers are up to?
Do so. It's probably an irrelevant piece of information.
And which mothers would these be? I know many mothers.
See,
The ones-
specific. Probably should ask more of why they were trying to read the writing.
The ones that are in league with Toonrog?
Unfortunately, I do not know that name. But my question was, which mothers? I do know many. They do have a name.
So tell us more about this vault.
First, a name.
That is something we don't know. They could have been talking about their own mothers for all we know.
Maybe again, who found the piece of information off of the captain, and did they share it with everyone else?
That was Greer that found it.
I think I would have shared it.
Okay. Then Saoirse says, I believe we're talking about the gray here.
And with that, the Olivia goes from a curled up cat on the lap of this personage and stands up, its front paws standing full straight in front of it, sitting on its rear end. The Grey, you say? They are the last ones that need access to this place. And she sniffs. I smell them on one of you.
Perhaps it is because we encountered their men. We pulled that note directly off of their captain.
No, it's nothing so subtle. This is a lingering, strong scent on one of you.
Which one of us?
Didn't one of you pick up one of the weapons that they dropped?
Yes, we have a dagger. That's probably from them.
Too small. You forget. A cat, especially a cat she like myself, we have a very extensive scent catching. This scent emanates, is infused into one of you, in person, not object.
I haven't answered which one of us, though, so not sure how we're supposed to answer you.
Gray, did you make out with one of them when we weren't looking?
What? Sadly, I have not made out with anyone as of recent.
Not our fault.
Yes, actually, it is your fault. I recall a very nice librarian that was interested.
And Olivia will hop down off the throne, take steps down to the ground where you're standing, walk over to you, and one by one, she'll sniff. Ari, she knows, has no connection to the Grey, because she can smell just pure Fae. Likewise with Saoirse and Arias. On Greer, she smells Fae, but it's tainted with death. On Freya, she scents a mixing. Not quite Fae, but not quite not quite divine.
The sword probably smells like Fae.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. It is definitely not the sword.
She will not lie about what she smells.
Freya,
As she walks
Freya
up,
kind of surreptitiously tries to do the like, do I smell weird? Do I smell weird? Trying to figure out.
and then she walks up
What
to
she's smelling.
Gray. Takes a single sniff.
Oh, no. We need a second date for sniffing. Well, that was uncalled for.
Gray, what have you not told us?
Probably a lot. I mean,
What have you not told us?
we
I
just
I
met
don't really blame
yesterday.
you, but like,
The stench of them is infused in everything about you.
Well, that's
No.
rude.
To be clear, is it just because their name is Gray?
Possibly.
does seem a little on the nose.
I wouldn't have made that play with that information if I knew what you were hiding, Gray. This is why we talk.
Nobody asked. Literally, I ran into you in the market yesterday.
What is your purpose, Grey Sun?
Me? I'm just following along with these curious adventurers. That's it. They're entertaining.
Entertainment is fine, but your purpose is darker. What
Well,
have they
that
sent
actually
you to
was
do?
Nothing in here. And that's not a lie.
Mm-hmm. I do know some things. I might be of help. Especially if it causes the grey to be put out.
Well, I think we've already put them out a bit by stopping whatever they were trying to get at in your vault.
You're not coming through, Amy.
Oh, sorry. I think we already put them out a bit by stopping whatever they're trying to get in your vault. I did not intentionally mean to bring someone affiliated with them along for the ride, but I don't think she means any. Sorry, Grayson is a male
Ish, right
pronoun
now, yes.
character, right? I did not intentionally mean to bring someone, affiliated with them along for the ride, but I don't think he means us any harm here.
I think I would have known if, there was something interesting down here before.
I
Maybe.
will do something that I'm loath to actually do. I will allow that Atlantean object to continue in your possession. But in exchange, Grayson, what is your purpose?
Why? I'm still not quite sure what you mean by that.
What has brought you from that island to this city?
Well, groceries are hard to get on an island. Eggs, milk, the typical things. Okay, well, eggs
Awfully
we need
long
to
way
get
to
this way.
go for groceries. The Draconid Empire would be much closer for you.
Yeah, perhaps. But I can assure you it has nothing to do with your little vault. Like I said, these are just Adalians. They were entertaining.
But what is your purpose in this city?
Well, I don't think it really has anything to do with you, now does it?
You might be very wrong.
And if you are so familiar with the business of the Grey, you would know that staying out of it is probably to the best of your, well, you should just stay out of it.
Can I ask, what's your opposition to the Grey exactly?
Those hags protect.
Literal?
Well, they have at least the appearance in their divine nature. But they protect a gateway of sorts that leads to evil.
Evil?
The source of your orb.
Atlantis?
Are you saying Atlantis is a gateway to evil?
Atlantis is not the gateway. The gateway leads to Atlantis, which is the evil that has befallen this entire place, this entire continent.
Atlantis still exists?
It does.
But the first I've heard of that.
And Atlantis is evil.
So congratulations, you're carrying around the evil orb. According to this creature, which, you know, could potentially be leading you wrong.
Well, with that rest aspect, congratulations. You work for an organization that protects a gateway to evil, so...
Well, see, protects a gateway. They're not all that bad.
Listen, there's a trick to speaking with the Fae. You've got to learn which words to trust and which not. Now, I don't know what else is definitely true so far, but Atlantis still existing? That bit is true.
What is your relation to the Grey?
You're asking for an awful lot of information for very little in return.
What do you mean little? She just told us Atlantis is still around.
And apparently evil?
Grayson, is your name literal?
Is this yours?
No, just the chances of a person named Grayson working for an organization called the Grey, and the Greys being referred to as a mother.
Look, I told you that you could call me Grayson. Not that my name was Grayson. I'm not dumb enough to throw my name around all willy-nilly like the rest of you.
That still wasn't really an answer to the question.
Oh. That's half the magic of it, isn't it?
Oh.
Madam Olivia, or do you prefer... You said this is your kingdom? Do you prefer queen?
Appellations aside, my name is fine.
Olivia, so is this gateway the only way left to still get there?
It's one of many.
And
So why are they so interested in this one particular gateway?
That I do not know. But they got it all the same.
And why exactly is Atlantis evil?
If you've come this far, you must have seen the dragon script.
In the prophecy?
One and the
Thing?
same.
Well, we saw it. I don't know that it made a whole lot of sense.
Well, assuming the 24th kingdom is Atlantis, and, gosh, now let's see. Then that would mean the 24th kingdom is out for some kind of revenge, essentially, according to the prophecy.
Revenge sounds evil.
Not always.
Well, it's not exactly good.
I know quite a few people who deserve what's coming to them based on their actions.
It's very cathartic.
Well, but that's
Right, but the prophecy said that they basically felt left out, and they want to destroy the whole world in revenge as a result of it.
There's a difference between what you're saying with someone deserving something and revenge. I mean, one is justice, the other is revenge.
It's a very fine line, I would argue.
I would say they can sometimes be one and the same.
The point is, this revenge is not really deserved.
That I can agree with. Well, I'm inclined to agree with Gray here. Their people are clearly protecting the entrance. As long as they continue doing so, no evil gets through.
I don't think, destroying the world is, particularly high on the agenda of those who benefit from making deals and stuff in it.
Ah, so deals like that of the Chancellor.
Who now?
Ask your friends. I have a feeling that is why they are here.
Freya kind of raises an eyebrow in Gray's direction.
Like I said, picking up things.
You're really good at giving non-answers.
I respect
Perhaps I
that about
am.
you.
Give me
Especially when my
answers.
answers aren't relevant.
There are certain among the Fae that would love that about you.
With answers comes reward. Take that into consideration.
Oh, reward. No, I am significantly much more scared of dearest mothers than anybody in this room. So no. No answers will be given. I'm on an errand. That is it.
Well, obviously, Olivia knows something about why you're here already. Or at least suspects.
Well, then she knows more than I do.
Of course I do.
So if you already know, why is the answer so important?
Admitting to the answer is what I seek. For with admittance of the answer, I can be of assistance.
So, if she already knows, what's the harm in answering?
Because
It's not
I
like
don't.
you're actually giving up any information.
No, and it's not like I'm given details on these things. I've said to retrieve an item, and go take it back, and that's it.
So
You think it
are
might be the same item that the bandits were after?
I doubt it, because it's whatever I'm getting is not from bandits. It's from a. I don't remember what the guy's name was.
Chancellor of the Empress?
Paul.
Or are you
Yes.
here for the couple?
What?
I believe I'm here for the Chancellor. He owes a debt, and I don't, and I know, as a fellow Fae, you understand the importance of paying debts.
Oh, of course I do. And now that you've given me an answer, I can give you more. This Chancellor of the Empress. He is one of few who have access to the treasury of the Empire. And let's just say his pockets rarely leave the treasury empty. And I know that the wolf and the bird will never find love while he remains in power.
Wolf and the bird?
That's very cryptic.
I'm unsure what we're supposed to do with that information. How does that help us at the moment?
It doesn't. She's playing with us.
Am I now?
I'm expecting a pounce at any moment. Beginning to feel like a, mouse in a trap.
I prefer fish. But
When's the last time you were home? Why do you live here?
I live where I choose, and it's more fun to be here. I'm not stuck here in this cave. I play, I mingle, I learn. But in this cave, upon this throne, I have a kingdom before me. Not that I desire power, but it's fun to play with those who come through. So, let me ask you as a group this question. What is more important to you? A relic, treasure, or entrance to the castle? And why?
It's usually pretty helpful.
Well, I'm not even sure what the relic is or what it does. I just know that the mothers were after it. So it's not so much that we wanted it, we just wanted to be sure what it was and that it was safe. If it's safe here, I don't see any reason to move it.
Well, you'd have to gain access to the vault to find out.
You give us access to the vault?
If I so desire.
What if we ask real nicely?
What are you willing to give me?
You like stories?
They can be interesting at times, but I love the smell of that sword at your hip.
Why did you take the story of how she got the sword?
It is a good story. And it will become apparent why I can't give you the sword, too. Because I'm guessing you know what this sword is.
The sword of Danu.
So then you know why I can't give it up.
It'd be hilarious if you can't remember how you got it, though, afterwards.
You know, I knew Ilaria.
Who?
You don't even know the origin of your own sword. How sad for you.
I was 6 years old, okay?
Well, in the temple we're taught all of the usual, myths about the sword, but even I've never heard that name before. Can you tell me more?
She was a friend. It was sad the day she died.
Was she what do you what is it? A champion of Banu? Is that what they're called?
No, just a friend to the goddess. The great Fae herself.
So the sword was hers?
In a manner of speaking.
You're also very good at giving non-answers.
When you've been alive as long as I have, you have many answers to give. Some of them are helpful, some of them are just information. Alaria is the origin of your sword. Alaria is your sword.
So the pickle in my brain, the feelings, the voice in my head, that's Ilaria, was it?
Alaria.
Ilaria.
And just for edification purposes, it's Alairia.
That in the Discord somewhere,
I'll put
because
that.
my dyslexic brain heard a lot of letters there and could not figure out what order they were supposed to be in.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of similar letters.
I smelled her on your sword. She is your sword. Or at least the blade of it.
Gotta stop doing this creepy,
Oh.
creepy sniffing people thing. Stop polite in most company.
Well, there's quite a bit to be learned.
I see what you mean. The name. That's the name of the unicorn who gave the blade.
Oh.
That name's been lost for centuries. Thousands of years, maybe. Thank you.
22,000 years.
Thank you.
Thank you for the remembrance.
The Temple of Danu thanks you for giving us this information back.
And my thanks to you is what the relic is, and a way forward. The only way forward. Amy, mute. The only way forward is through the vault.
You grant us access to the vault?
And is the vault dangerous?
Only to the wrong people.
Those being?
Hopefully not you. I've enjoyed our time together. I look forward to more, possibly. But, as I promised, the nature of the relic you seek. The last egg of Frazena, the Endless One. Unhatched for more than 1,000 years.
That explains what the bandits meant about the egg. Is an egg a relic? Isn't it a living thing?
You can't be real. Oh, is it alive?
I would certainly hope so. It is still unhatched.
I'm missing something significant here.
You're not
Would I
the
know
only
that name?
one.
Frizena?
How many of us
It's-
have heard of this?
Frizena the Endless One is the dragon. The gold dragon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
Don't most dragons have eggs? This is groundbreaking.
She was a very, very significant dragon queen in the history of this land. Everyone would know
Yeah.
that name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is the
Freya's
last
just-
egg.
Freya's just working her way through to seeing the significance of it.
Uh-huh.
I, as the player, understand. Freya's a little slower on the uptake.
But just because I cannot resist, and I want to see what you do with this information. Grayson, despite your unwillingness to provide information when requested, your Chancellor does not just have a contract. He has a patron. And he had a couple cursed because he could not woo the woman away from the man.
A jerk move.
Right, there's lots of fish in the sea. These people that obsess over just one is just mind-boggling. Especially one that has rejected them.
So this fellow's stealing and cursing people. He does not sound like a very good man.
Exactly, that's why I should be collecting the debt from him. He deserves to pay, right?
But without my permission, you will never leave this chamber. So, I ask, what would you do for the way forward?
I mean, I don't think any of you are willing to give up what she wants, item-wise.
I can't give up the sword. You told me I gotta protect it.
Oh no, that must be...
Marius, I assume you can't give up
closely
that
protected.
orb thingy.
I'd very much like it if I didn't.
As you are not Atlantean, the purpose of the orb is yours to control. It is the people of Atlantis that are the evil that has befallen this land. So what would you be willing to do for the way forward?
Suppose you have any, like, quests for us that we could do for you? Errands you need run, something like that?
But if we already saved your vault from, bandits.
Well, that's what you have done, not what you will do. But, as you mentioned, quests or tasks. I would have you do one thing. And it might benefit all of you. Inform the Empress of the traitor in her midst.
I actually would have suggested that anyway, instead of just killing him outright without explaining the thing. I'm happy to do so.
Debt from a dead person anyway.
Well, as this seems agreeable to you, you can find the passage to the vault below this throne, through the watery passage in the pool below.
Olivia, can I just ask again, how long has it been since you've been back to Tyrnanol? Do you miss it at all?
I haven't been there in many centuries. I have enjoyed my time here in the mortal world, but I would like to see home again. The old forest and my friend.
Saoirse is going to reach up onto her staff and use Druidcraft to kind of cause some leaves to sprout up off of it. And she'll pluck some leaves off and hold them out. A bit of home for you then, until you can get back.
And she takes it in her mouth and carries it back up to the throne and perches there. Your generosity is kind, and I wish you luck in your adventures. Maybe we'll see each other again someday. And I think that's probably a great place for us to stop for the evening, considering it's already midnight and later for some. So we will pick up there with you entering the vault next week, or next time. So January, first Saturday of January will be our next episode. So keep an eye out for that. And then Tuesdays, we have our Trapped in the Mists game, which is a Curse of Strahd adventure that I get to play in instead of DMing, so that's always fun. But keep an eye out for more information about our third streaming platform, which I'll be putting out later this month in our newsletter. And other than that, I hope that everybody has a wonderful, wonderful Christmas holiday season. So Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, and every other holiday that happens this month, as well as a very happy new year to all of our cast and all of our amazing audience who keeps coming and cheering us on. So until next time, remember that it's a little chaos in your life is a wonderful thing, especially when it's done with a great group of friends like these. And always, always remember that you are the legend beyond the dragon's tail. Good night, everyone.